Okay, so we can.
A special and innovative competition last year called to the front. You're supposed to come over and join me as we recognize them. Dr. Bashir, you come forward.
So I know y'all didn't just come here for us, so I'll keep it brief, but I think it's incredibly important for you folks to all hear some great news and what our district is doing and what our youngest secondary students are capable of and what they are doing. Last year at this time, I had my team who's behind me, who I will call from in a minute. And they joined Project Event, which is a national organization that works with our community partner to develop a prototype of a mechanism that will help our community partners, whoever that might be, and help make their lives better. They interview them and they create this device and they work with a community partner. That being said, we had 150 teams last year, and Beck Middle School piloted the very first national team. So they are the first folks who piloted on right? If it could get even better, but it doesn't. They went up to regional competitions in New York City in May, and they competed against 9 other schools, all of which were high schools of science academies, of private academies. And we were the only middle school. Out of those 10, us being the only middle school, they walked away with one of only 4 awards that night and $500 to do it again this year. Is what they call Future Fest. And Future Fest is where 50 of the schools and the teams who have been able to make it through demo day, of those 50, 7 are invited to California, all expenses paid, to pitch their ideas in front of Google executives, in front of Adobe executives, Zelle executives, and the tech industry. Our kids were one of those 7. So when I found that I couldn't be proud of our kids, I truly couldn't, because they really show you what is capable if you allow them to explore. So, in honor of that, I'm going to call them in. Ari Cushing, come on. Come on. That confidence, you know, that Ryan, rush you now, Robert. Tell me wrong, or not going to does not leave, does not Jennifer Vicente. So thank you for listening. I know it's a big night, but I hope you walk away remembering that there's a lot of good nervous from these guys to test stuff.
You all will follow me out to the lobby and your families can come with us to get some more pictures. We'll take a picture out there for the district website. Everyone's welcome to come up to me and if they're going to, you're not required to, but then go on out and have a mission.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to welcome all of you. Some of you are here tonight, many of you probably in Cherryville are attending your first Board of Education meeting. I promise you, they're not usually so exciting. We will be changing around our meeting format a bit tonight out of respect for our community and for our students. And all of you board members. These past 10 days have been incredibly difficult. These horrific terror attacks by Hamas against Israel have profoundly impacted many in our community. I am myself one of those people. I have family who live in Israel and I have spent time there. The past 10 days have been filled with anguish and fear. As the events continue to rapidly unfold, seeing so many innocent children, adults, and elderly suffer unspeakable pain and loss in Israel and in Gaza has been nothing short of horrific. As the families of Cherryville grapple with these events, our district has an unwavering commitment to providing a safe environment for all of our students. There has been an incalculable amount of misinformation, inaccurate social media accounts that have been portrayed as official accounts, altered photos posted, and resharing of inaccurate information. Our kids need us, the adults, to help them navigate through this as we all work to calm their fears and worries and help them make sense of what's going on in the world. As the board president, I speak on behalf of the Board of Education, the 9 of us who volunteer our time, and the entire Cherryville Public School District when I say hate has no home in Cherryville Public Schools. Our kids must feel safe in our schools. That is non-negotiable. I ask each and every one of you to partner with us in our efforts as our students face these uncertain times. At this time, I invite any of my fellow board members who would like to speak and say any words.
Obvious. The last several days the tensions remain high, but let's remember we are each other's teachers. The adults, the parents, the students. In this moment, what we'll see in the next 20 minutes is that the students, especially those groups and Cherryville youth, have taught us well. They taught each other. They know how to live peacefully, respectfully, with each other. They are our people. The all members to support our students, to support their growth, to support their maturity, and to recognize that we still look up to each of us, to each of you. As their type. But let's understand that now we need to learn from them. They are our example. They are our light. They are our future. I'm so proud of what they've done. I know we'll continue to be proud of what they will do. We are here to support them in all of their efforts. And I could not be more of President Stern's final words. They should bring true for all of us always, not just now. Things aren't good. He has no home here. None.
I wanted to say tonight that I unequivocally denounce the heinous terrorist acts by Hamas on Israel. I stand with Israel's right to defend itself, but am so saddened and angered by the atrocities and loss on the innocent lives of Gaza and Israel. I believe all of our charitable students who feel safe in our schools and no student or community member anywhere should be subjected to harassment, intimidation, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, hatred, bigotry, or abuse of any kind. And those who act unacceptably could face appropriate consequences. I would truly like to thank all of our students who have done amazing this week, our families and our community members that are here tonight, and also a lot of young children for creating this open dialogue that just starts here tonight in the community and should pursue showing support for all of our charitable students. And once again, as has been said tonight, and the way it is said over again, he has no other in Cherryville. Thank you.
The terror acts enacted by Hamas are an abomination. There's no words to describe. And the biggest sadness is that there's already been a lot of devastation, death, just horrible things happen to families, and because of those factors, it's going to continue in the near term. And my heart goes out to the families of those in Israel who lost lives. My heart goes out to those in Gaza who are being displaced and through no fault of their own. It's a horrible situation. Here in Cherry Hill, there's unfortunately not a heck of a lot we can do to change things right now. But what we can do is we can look to each other. We can look to our Jewish neighbors and to our Muslim neighbors and everyone else, because even people outside of those groups are affected by these international tragedies. What we can do is we can look to each other, we can try to understand how each other feels and how hard this is for everybody to come to grips with, and we can try to practice empathy, and we can try to comfort each other and stand with each other. I think one of the most heartening things in this whole last week and a half is watching the students pull together with the support of their communities, different groups in the communities, pulling everybody back together and bringing some unity and solidarity back to Cherryville. And so going forward, that's what I ask for our community, that we continue that we continue to try to step outside of our own shoes and try to understand how others are feeling before we speak and before we act. But there's no changing the horror, but there is definitely opportunity for us to rise above, and
in a week and a half, and It's been a week and a half since these events, and it's something I'm still processing, both as something personally and as a parent. But how do I discuss this with my 8-year-old son? So I'd like to share with you what I shared with him. So we condemn the terrorist attack in Israel by Hamas. He lost his life. And most importantly, a fundamental belief in Judaism is that we always pray for peace and healing. That's what I want my message to be tonight.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn this over to Acting Superintendent Abercrombie Morton for some remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner, and thank you to everyone who's made comments so far. So I've had many discussions throughout the past week or so, countless discussions actually, with many people who are here in the room. It's clear to me that, irrespective of whoever I have discussion with, there's a tremendous amount of hurt and a tremendous amount of fear in moving forward. Through that hurt and fear, I think one of the things that emerged is this idea that people want to work together for a solution. There's a common position that everyone has in this situation. I think everyone acknowledged that the act against Israel was not something that anybody that I spoke would condone. Definitely was an act of terrorism, and no one that I met with condoned that act or said that they condoned that or in support of that. And as a district, I think we were very clear in terms of directing comments specifically about the mosque, but not about other people. Everyone, as we just stated and has been stated, everyone has value here within our district. Our district is unique, it's diverse. There are many different people that represent many different ethnicities, walks of life, things of that nature, and we embrace everyone. We're definitely deeply saddened by the loss of innocent lives in Israel and in the Gaza region. It's absolutely horrific what's taking place and what has taken place. Our commitment is unwavering to ensuring that our schools are safe. I can tell you that the administrative team at High School East have followed up accordingly with students individually, followed up with students collectively as well as a full student body. And we will continue to follow up on any incidents or any instances of information that we receive about attacking behaviors or any type of harassment, incitement, intimidation, bullying, things along those lines. It will be a firm approach. We are unable to discuss specific disciplinary action with other families, but there is a definite follow-up and firm approach taken. I can say this as well, having lived through a situation in 9/11. 9/11, I lived in New York City and was a school administrator at the time, and as a person who had lived in New York for 30 years, extremely difficult time for everyone who was there. Extremely difficult time. New York is known for having its separate silos and being apart. But one thing that emerged from that situation was that for the first time in 30 years of me living here, people actually came together. I had friends who were firefighters, who had lost people within their units. I had friends who worked in towers, who lost family members, and an uncle who witnessed, an airplane in the building. And it was an extremely tough time, but it was a time that the entire city came together in unity. And that's what this time right now calls for. The purpose of terrorism, if you look at the word terror itself, the purpose of it is to instill an overwhelming fear in people. The fear grips you, and the fear causes sometimes inappropriate responses and inappropriate interactions between individuals who otherwise would have coexisted peacefully and have been friends. In New York at that time, We said we're not gonna succumb to any of the fear. We're gonna move together as one city. And I say the same thing here, in her statements, to say that Cherry Hill is a no place for hate school district. Hate has no home here in Cherry Hill. That is the same thing that we must do here. We have to choose peace. We have to choose for peaceful coexistence and moving forward. That's exactly what the children at High School East have communicated to me on Monday when I met with the students. The students were communicating that on Monday, 9:30, and we communicated peaceful pathway to moving forward. So we need the community to partner with us on that as well. That's our intention, that's our expectation. That's the only way it can be. Peace. Let's choose peace and moving. All right, so at this time, I'd like to call up
Can't hear.
Is it on?
No.
Okay. Is it on?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to say it's on.
Like 5 times. Okay, here we go. Thank you. My name is Yana Joseph. I'm a student advocate from Cherry Hill East. I thank you all for coming. I would like for the students that, participated with me, to come up, if you don't mind. If you do mind, that's okay, but I would like for you to come up with me and stand behind me. And I do want to do that, at one point to introduce yourselves, because, Dr. Board again for inviting us, the board are happy, I apologize for all that, but I do want to speak to our community and our parents. Some of this part that they don't know, these children, when I came home one day, let me back up a little, that day, all I saw on your children's faces was trauma, pain, and wanting understanding, and wanting to be comforted, and that was all of the children. So a day of me and us listening, and me coming home, I called my oldest daughter, who was a graduate here, so I'm a resident here. I had 2 children that graduated from West, 1 child that graduated from East. So I called my 1 child that graduated from East, and I said, hey, her wife picked up the phone. I really need you to hear the story, right? Her wife picked up the phone. In that moment, I remember my daughter-in-law was Jewish. When they lived with me, when they moved from New York, they lived with me for a year. We celebrated Hanukkah. I had a menorah in my house. These children do not know the story, so they're going to, I imagine the process and all that. So in that moment, I was remembered what they were telling me about the personal effects and the personal pain that, I had to listen to, and I call her my daughter, that I had to listen, with my daughter. I say that to tell you all that we all are impacted by this. We stand with you. And from the beginning, Dr. Perry, Dr. David Francis Mallard, and the rest of the admin team stood with your children. My job is to make sure kids are okay socially, emotionally, and academically. We want them to live up to their potential, so I'm one of the people that helps support them in that, and finding activities and being part of the community, the East community. So I realize that a lot of times there are bricks, there are things that your children come to school with that they're impacted by. So, and these are one of the things. I say these words to say to you that these children that are standing behind me really were courageous, really showed a lot of grace, and showed respect towards one another. Listen, I see a lot of body language, and that's how they started out together. You know, they were apprehensive. They wanted to be heard. You know, student voice is so important, no matter where you stand on things. So I wanted to say that we're working through it. This is your children. So now I'm going to ask that the adults do the same thing, because I've watched your children. I've seen the trauma. I've seen the pain. I've heard stories about how families are impacted personally, and even myself. So I am going to ask, and I'm just going to say a little bit more, that we all do that. We begin to be peaceful and understanding, not if you choose not to, of the totality of the situation, but understand that we must support our children because we want great things from them. We want them to live up to their potential. And when we can't, as adults, be able to help our children do that, then those kind of things are the bricks that I'm talking about. That, you know, a lot of our kids miss a lot of class time, a lot of understanding, right? But we have to, as adults, be there for our children. And I'm gonna kind of close on this. Yesterday, I heard someone say that they believe that these students aren't as kind to one another as another high school. I said nothing, but the thought never left my mind. I woke up at 3 a.m. And these students that stand before you, they are these human, intelligent, imperfect, inquisitive, caring, courageous, because they didn't have to show their faces. And headstrong, because I didn't ask you to let go of what you were feeling, what you felt, where you stood in this. I didn't ask them one time to do that. But what they showed, and what you may have saw on Friday, was authentic and genuine. I saw children the first day, like I said, very angry, and then the last day, I saw them joyful and happy and working together. I tease someone because, like, the whole time, I mean, you know, such a great leader, and I have to say Mason, such a great leader, understood where he's, you know, where he stands, supporting his community. When I saw him like being joyful and kind of like teaching the group, I said, oh, little chaos agent there, because we got to see the children finally smile. It was just such a relief. So these students that stand before you have grown immensely this week. So many conversations were had in reference to respect, growth, perspective, authenticity, and thought and action. Under Dr. Perry's leadership, we are allowed to learn and discuss about culture, race, and other perspectives and experiences that we may not have. I have to say that you're just watching our growth in real time. To be able to go to school and to be your authentic self, to be able to pray when it's time for you to pray, to be able to support, you know, your community, is a great blessing. You know, I look at it that way. So to be able to have these discussions in our school and then finish like this, like I said, is a testament to our students, and that's what we must know as adults, and that's what I'm going to implore and ask you, because I watched them grow through this week and weekend as a community. Let's see. So these students are creating a culture of awareness and respect at East. We are working on a school-wide campaign, which was actually prior to all of this, believe it or not. So this is nothing because of a response to. We were already doing this work. We were already trying to create a community where all children are respected and all children are heard and all children have a place and understand that. And all children understood that they would be seen, comforted, and heard. So these students are working through their concerns, misunderstanding, learning 3 P's and an A. So I want your children, ask your children about that. And discussing about being courageous enough to intervene when they see conflict having to do with race and culture. Your children up here have decided that when they see something in the hallways, that they're going to be upstairs and do something. This is how we're moving at East. There were no walls. There was nothing like that. So I need, before I understand that there's a lot going on, but I'm gonna implore you as a person that was there, as a person that's part of both communities, that I'm gonna ask you to look at our children and be an example to them tonight. And understand that we, Dr. Perry, have created a place that your children are heard, that your children are respected. So I'm going to stop there. I just want to say congratulations to them. I thank you for being courageous on this.
So, some of the students I don't know well. I'm just getting to know them. But it has been an awesome journey to know each and every one of you and your strengths. And it was their decision to make that video, not mine. All I kind of did was just kind of sit there and then watch them do their thing and think, and what did our children need to hear so that there was peace on Tuesday? We knew, they knew that we can't continue this way. They understood that. And despite them messaging me and saying, we're tired, I said, I know, but we have to do this, and they did it. And what you see is authentic. So I want each of them to take time just to introduce yourself and tell them your grade if you choose to. But I stand before you to say, I am so proud to know you. I thank you for making East a better place, a more understanding place, a more safe place for all of our students this week. So I thank you. If you want to come by.
My name's Lindsay and I'm a senior.
My name's Emily and I'm a junior.
I'm Asher and I'm a senior.
Hi, my name is Mason. I'm a senior. I'm the president of the JSU, and these guys over here are people who've worked with me, and I want to say thank you to all of you for working with me to make this wonderful video.
Hi, I'm Afan Rahman. I'm also a senior, and I am one of the presidents of our Muslim Student Association.
I'm Kyle Lerfeld, and I am also a senior.
My name is Minhaj Rajib, and I'm a senior as well at East.
Hi, my name is Ziad Bayumi, and I'm a junior at East.
Hi, my name is Marjana Mutan, and I'm a senior at East.
Hi, I'm Gulmira and I'm a junior at East.
Hi, everyone. My name is Asra Aslam, and I'm the other co-president with Afan of Muslim Student Association, and I am also a senior at East.
Hi, my name is Nora. I'm the last senior up here, so appreciate all you guys doing.
Real quickly, I just want to say thank you again. Parents, your children are going to be rock stars and awesome by the time they get to the real world. Understand the skills that they're learning right now. They're going to come out in society, and despite your differences, what they've learned, despite our differences, despite the lack of understanding, I'm going to learn to respect. I learned to navigate. I've learned to communicate. I've learned to understand. So I want you to be proud of them because they did a phenomenal job this week. They led our school to peace this week. So I want to thank you and acknowledge that. So thank you.
Is Helen Kirschbaum in the room? There's Helen. Helen, can you come up for a sec? I want to acknowledge Helen. Yeah, so Helen helped put this all together with us and work with us to identify religious leaders to come in and to be part of this discussion. Helen, I just wanted to give you an opportunity. I wanted to acknowledge you first and foremost for helping to be part of the solution, for choosing peace. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share a few words. I know you took part in this conversation as well.
Thank you so much. So my name is Helen Kirschbaum, as you heard, and I'm the director of our local JCRC's Esther Robb Holocaust Museum and Goodwin Education Center. I've had the privilege of working with many Holocaust survivors who are part of our community and have suffered the worst that humanity has ever witnessed. And still, they speak to students about the consequences of unchecked hate. Last week, at the request of Dr. Perry and Dr. Morton, Rabbi Peltz, Imam John, Imam Wakos, and I joined these amazing students and others and who had been identified as leaders of both the Jewish Student Union and the Muslim Student Association. I'll be honest with you. I don't think any of us really knew what to expect. Dr. Perry set the tone for the students and then opened the floor for their comments. To their immense credit, the students were extremely open and honest with each other. One of the Jewish boys talked about a student who had said that all Jews should be killed, while a Muslim girl talked about being accused of being a terrorist just because she was a Muslim. The students shared their concerns and experiences from being in school for just a few days after Hamas had attacked Israel. Like all of us in the community, all of the students' emotions were extremely raw. It was truly heartbreaking to see and hear the pain that all of these students were feeling. But they continued to try to figure out how to move forward in their school. They were easily able to agree that none of them believed that what Hamas did was acceptable. They were easily able to agree that none of them supported terrorism. And they were also easily able to agree that they could not solve the problems in the Middle East. But as student leaders, they could work together to solve the problems at Cherry Hill East. They talked about being upstanders and supporting each other if there were continued incidents of hate against either of their groups. They also came up with the idea of creating a video to share their ideas with other students in the school. They did an amazing job on the video, and they should be extremely proud of how they all worked together, showing the leadership that they were chosen for. No one expects the video to be a magic potion that solves all of the problems that we've seen at East in the recent week or so. But the students here tonight should be applauded for taking the first step to helping to create a unified school where they can all feel a sense of mutual respect and coexistence. The Jewish Federation and the local clergy, both Jewish and Muslim alike, will continue to work with the students, Dr. Perry and Dr. Morton, to identify and implement the next steps that these extremely impressive students have begun. As parents, if you could also reinforce the lessons that we have learned about the consequences of hate, we can work together to ensure that all of the students at East feel safe and accepted. If we can reinforce the messages of social media etiquette and proper messaging, we can be a stronger community where hate cannot survive. Thank you.
I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Iman Starling, who is here with us today. I know John took part in that conversation with the kids. I want to give him a round of applause for offering his assistance. We had a conversation on Monday, and he absolutely said, I want to be part of anything I can do to help out. So definitely acknowledge you, sir. Also, Rabbi Peltz is with us. He took part in that. I want to acknowledge him also. He took part in this discussion with the children here in the back. Thank you both so much. It's leaders like you that make the community special and help to move us forward. All right, I'd like to take an opportunity to share the video that the students produced, and then we'll move on from there.
Students, parents, friends, and the rest of our community. This week has been one of high emotion for our classmates and to Cherry Hill East. Students, parents, friends, and the rest of our community. This week has been one of high emotion for our classmates and our peers. To anyone who has felt uncomfortable or unsafe in school this week, we feel for you and we sincerely apologize.
We know that many of you have been carrying a lot of weight at this time, but we feel that it's crucial to remember that
hatred is never the answer.
Yeah, I apologize. I want to do justice to this video, so give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Students, parents, friends, and the rest of our community. This week has been one of high emotion for our classmates and our peers. To anyone who has felt uncomfortable or unsafe in school this week, we feel for you and we sincerely apologize.
we know that many of you have been carrying a lot of weight at this time, but we feel that it's crucial to remember that
hatred is never the answer.
We cannot look at each other as enemies, groups, or adversaries, but as what we truly are, which is friends, teammates, peers, and human beings that are sharing in your pain.
these are the people that we've grown up alongside since kindergarten and will walk with at graduation.
In times like this, it is incredibly easy to blame those who are innocent, just like us. But this is nothing short of wrong.
As soon as we walk into Cherry Hill East, our goal should be to learn, make friends, and focus on our interests.
Not to spread hatred or dehumanize our classmates.
Our commitment to bettering ourselves and our community should be unwavering. There is no tolerance for intolerance.
If you need support of any kind, please reach out to an administrator or your guidance counselor.
We are here for you.
We will not stand for Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, racism, or discrimination of any kind. Hate has no home here.
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 Hate has no home here. Hate has no home here.
Hate has no home here.
Let's be upstanders and supportive of one another.
As we walk these halls,
Let's share a commitment
To create a better tomorrow for all.
Let's come in next week.
To a peaceful school environment.
united as one.
If
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords.
Yes, so for us, for moving forward, we look at this as a multi-step process. As we mentioned, last week there were several meetings with students individually and smaller groups and students collectively. Students have come together and placed their stake in the ground to say that hate has no home at Cherry Hill East. Moving forward, we will continue this work. As Ms. Joseph just mentioned, there'll be follow-up. We're working with consultants as well to follow up with the students and to begin to talk to them about pathways for moving forward. She mentioned a model that had been identified to make the school a place where students have a clear voice, they're able to communicate with administration, able to communicate with their teachers, and talk about the type of school that they're looking to ensure that Cherry Hill High School East is. As I mentioned, we have no tolerance at this point for any antagonistic acts or any acts of harassment, intimidation, bullying. We're working together as a community with our community partners to ensure that our children have the best experience possible. Our schools have to be safe. Our families have to feel comfortable with our children being in our schools. That's our commitment. That's what we stand for, and that's what we're standing by as we move forward. So we'll continue to work. We'll continue to listen and hear your voices, and we'll continue to ensure that we're doing all that we can to ensure that the schools are safe.
So first, I want to thank all of the students. You are truly teaching us what courage is, and you inspire me. And I believe you inspire all of our board, and I hope you inspire others in our community feel as inspired by you as we do. I want to very much thank the staff, specifically at Cherry Hill East. You've had an incredibly difficult time in our schools, working very hard to support our students, ensure that all of our students have create a safe environment for them to learn and to be in the schools. It has not been an easy time to do that. And I know you have to put your own, whatever own experiences and feelings aside to do that. So I want to thank you. And I really want to thank our community partners. Dr. Morton mentioned several of them. This work is really hard. I've watched many, many, many decades of many people around the world not being able to be successful in this type of work together. This is the beginning. It is not easy. It is not resolved, but we're committed to doing this and doing it well and to making sure that with our community partners, with our very dedicated staff, and with an administration and a board that is 100% behind this, that we continue to ensure that the efforts of these student leaders broadens to our entire school at East and our entire district as needed. So with that, I'm going to move on to, again, move our agenda slightly. Typically, we have other parts of our meeting and begin our business. We are putting that aside out of respect for all of you who have come tonight, and we are going to move to our public comment section of our meeting. Traditionally, those of you who have attended our meetings know that our first public comment section is just for action items on our business agenda. However, tonight we are shifting our format to ensure that people who would like to be heard can be heard. So I'm going to ask all of you to for your support and cooperation as we do this. I will read out the parameters that we ask everyone to respect. This is our public comment section. We always begin with students first to speak. If you are a student in the district and you would like to make a comment, I ask you to please line up at the podium when you are ready. We will alternate between students at our podium and students who are online. If you are a student online and you would like to speak, I would just ask for you to please put an S after your name online so that I know that you are a student and I can call on you first. After the students have a chance to speak, we will then open this up to anybody who would like to speak at the podium. When you come to the podium and it's your turn to speak, we ask that you please state your name, your full name, and the municipality where you live. So if you live in Cherry Hill, you would state Cherry Hill. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. The timer on the screen will indicate how much time you have left. We ask that everybody refrain from using any student name or naming any student groups. We ask that everybody speak in a respectful manner in the tone that we have set tonight and in the tone that we expect in our school district. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public and the community to comment on matters relevant to Cherry Hill Public School District or within the authority of the Cherry Hill Board of Education. The board welcomes diverse opinions on relevant matters about our schools. Under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums, statements which demean individual or group community members or are irrelevant to the operations of our school district or are repetitive will not be permitted. Community members who would like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the district superintendent, board president, and all board members via email or other alternative means. Board members, did I miss anything? Okay. Dr. Morton, did I miss anything?
You did not.
Okay. All right. And with that, we will start with the first student. Again, I ask you to state your name and your municipality, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marjana Mutan, and I'm a senior at Cherry Hill East High School, and I aspire to be an ultrasound tech. Today, I want to bring to your attention what I have experienced in school the past few days as a Palestinian. It all started Sunday, October 8, 2023, when Dr. Moran sent out an email providing support for any Israeli students affected by the Hamas attack. This email left me as a Palestinian student affected by the constant attacks in Palestine, feeling like I had no support from my school. It's like we don't matter. I sent an email to Dr. Morton to express my concerns, but I didn't get a reply. So Monday, I decided to talk to my guidance counselor and my advisor, and we were finally able to get a meeting with Dr. Morton. Me and other students tried to explain how biased the email was, and that many people were affected by this tragedy, not just Israeli students in the school. To our disappointment, he said he wasn't sorry about sending out the email. Because of the email, some students have felt empowered to get on social media and post offensive stuff, calling Palestinians animals, saying they deserve all to die, and labeling them as terrorists. Tuesday, some students and I decided to wear the kufiya as a peaceful way to show our support for Palestine and express our identity. A student started recording me and made a comment about my kufiya and support for Palestine based on the Palestinian flag in my hand. The student then posted a photo of me with the caption "terrorist sympathizer." The photo then spread on social media with false narratives suggesting that I was antagonizing him, when in reality, he was the one that approached me. The photo and the caption had been shared all over social media by students, alumni, and parents. The comments under those posts are filled with people asking for my identity and to take action against me. Since it has been shared, I and my family live in constant fear. My mother and I reported this to the superintendent and local police the same day, but nothing was done about it. The situation got worse as the day went on. On Wednesday, a student had her hijab forcibly removed, so I walked down to my advisor's office to report the incident. As I was walking down to the office, a group of parents were gathering in communications and saw my friend and I wearing our kufiyas. The parents started pointing at us and shouting. They were even recording us. When I walked past them and didn't find my advisor in her office, the security questioned me about what I was doing as I was walking back to class and made me call my mom. They did not address the parents. I was crying, but security sent me back to class. When my mom walked in school to sign me out and give me an early dismissal, students were waving the Israeli flag at my mother as parents cheered them on. My mom wasn't even showing her support towards Palestine in any way. She was just wearing her hijab, and they automatically thought it was okay to do that. What I have experienced in school in the past few days is not something I wish on anyone, and my only crime is standing in solidarity with the people I love who have suffered. Every day I have woken up anxious, depressed, and stressed. I'm anxious coming to school where I feel like I have no support and feel hated and unsafe. All the cyberbullying has made me depressed, and seeing what's happening to my loved ones back home has made me feel helpless. I've been stressed because I feel like the school isn't handling the situation, and I have been left alone in all of this. You do not have to agree with me politically or share my background to understand that no student should have to go through what I have gone through. Just because I am Palestinian does not mean I am not human. I am saddened by everything that has happened to me and others, but I am hopeful that the Board of Education will hear me and make a positive change so no person has to go through this ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to the line, as is always our practice. And there's a name, a hand raised, but the person does not have an S after their name. So I'm going to go back to the room. If the person's hand who is raised is a student, if you could kindly put S after your name so that next time around, after this next speaker, I'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay. You would kindly state your name and your municipality.
Hi, my name is Ziad Bayoumi. I am a student at Cherry Hill East. I am a Muslim, I am an Egyptian Muslim student, and I aspire to be a chemist. At Cherry Hill East, recently within these past 10 days, the safety of my friends and I have been jeopardized due to us being Muslim and Arab. There have been racist comments, there have been Islamophobic and racist remarks towards us. We've been called terrorists, rackheads, and sand monkeys just because of our solidarity for Palestine. On Monday, October 9th, I was walking down the hall in Seawing. I had my kufiya, a scarf that is worn by many Arab nations, whether they're Egyptian, Syrian, Palestinian, Iraqi, anywhere. It's just a scarf. A teacher in Seawing told me that I'm not allowed to wear this because it's anti-Israeli propaganda. So I was forced to take it off. When I reported this incident to Dr. Perry, he said that should have not happened. I'm allowed to wear my kufiya because it's just a scarf. On Tuesday, October 10th, I was in English class. A student who I will not be naming decided to come up to me and tell me that since I am a Muslim, I deserve to die. I deserve to be dead, which is why they came up with the chant, "A good Muslim is a dead Muslim." He tried to forcibly remove the kufiya on my shoulders. Then, yet still, the student has faced no repercussions. He's still in the school just as if nothing would have been happened. On Wednesday, October 11th, I was walking back from my class and I passed by the receptionist area. A group of parents just by themselves, right? They were pointing and they were yelling at me. They were calling me terrorist. They were calling me a racist. They were calling me an anti-Semite. Parents, I am just a kid. Why would parents do this? People that I would look up to in advice for help are calling me this. I've reported this to the school and yet nothing has been done. Thank you so much, and I hope we can make a positive change in all this.
Thank you. I'm sorry, before you go. Again, I'm just going to say again, there are some hands raised online. They're names of people I've never seen before, so you may not be familiar. If you are online and you are a student, just repeat it again. Please put an S after your name. I do not want to skip over you if you are a student. This is the student's time at the beginning of our public comment. So kindly do that. If you are not a student, please keep your hands raised. And when we are finished with the students portion, we'll move on to adults. Thank you. It is your time. If you could say your name and your municipality, please.
My name is Sean Blank. I'm a senior at Cherry Hill East, and I live in Cherry Hill. Before I begin, I'd like to take a second to acknowledge the loss that has occurred on both sides, whether it's been over the heightened over the heightened tensions over the past couple days, or whether it's been over the entire duration of this conflict. Terrible losses have occurred on both sides, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian. We've all experienced some sort of anguish as a result of this. One of the things that I've noticed is that there's been a lot going on social media. And while I'm aware that the district can claim that they're not responsible for what students post on social media, I do believe that as a school, it's your responsibility to get good people out into the world. And a way to do this is you have to ensure that these students can interact with the world properly in social media, and by ensuring that they can have a respectful debate or discussion where they can be kind and respectful to whomever it is they're speaking to. As a senior, this is the first time I've experienced an environment like this in Cherry Hill East, where I see incidents such as Israelis or pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian people going up and getting aggressive with other students. I've seen incidents in which an Israeli student was accosted by a pro-Palestinian student verbally. I can't confirm whether the incident was physical or not, but I am 100% certain that it was verbal. And I've seen that some people have decided to take something that's painful to Jewish students like me and antagonize us with it. They've decided to bring us more pain with it. And I believe that it's the board's responsibility as adults to facilitate a comfortable environment for students, to create an environment for us in which we can respectfully debate, get all the facts out in an honest, truthful manner. And I expect tangible action to be taken by the board, not just words, not just some random phrases. And even though there's so many other things that I could be doing, I decided to take time out of my day to come here and share my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mason Rosenbaum. I go to Cherry Hill East. I live in Willowdale, which is in New Jersey. Sorry, Cherry Hill. So I wanted to share with you guys a statement that I recently put out to the Jewish Student Union. Although not everyone here is Jewish or at Cherry Hill East, I think it's important that you all hear it. Dear members of the Jewish Student Union, Erev Tov, good evening. We hope that this message finds you well and that you had a restful Shabbat. We wanted to take a moment to reflect on the past week, which for many of us has been a difficult and trying one. It is during times like these that we are reminded of the wisdom from the Torah, particularly the phrase Chazak ve'amatz, which means be strong and courageous. This timeless message reminds us of the strength and resilience within us, even in the face of adversity, like many of you have told me, being threatened online and in school. Despite the challenges we faced last week, we are immensely proud of you all. The unity and unwavering support we have shown for one another is a testament to the close-knit community that we have built. In difficult times, it is heartening to witness how we come together, strengthen one another, and hold fast to our principles. Furthermore, our tradition teaches us the commandment, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," which is also from the Torah. This teaching, found in Leviticus, shows the importance of compassion and empathy towards one another. It reminds us that, regardless of our differences, we are bound by a shared humanity and a common purpose to support and uplift one another. It is essential to remember that hatred, harassment of any kind have no place in our community or our society. We must lead by example, even when we are faced with adversity ourselves. Our fellow students are not just acquaintances, they are also our fellow human beings and friends. And as such, we must treat them with respect and kindness. In conclusion, as we navigate these challenging times, let us draw strength from our community. We will continue to support one another, support Israel, support Jewish people around the world, and promote an atmosphere of respect, tolerance, and understanding within our school community. Thank you for being mensches and good people, and let us move forward with hope, compassion, respect, and strength. B'shalom, with peace, Mason Rosenbaum.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Asher Boyskin. I attend Cherry Hill High School East. I live in Cherry Hill, and I'm the student body vice president at Cherry Hill High School East.
And I am Kyle Lehrfeld. I also live in Cherry Hill, and I also attend Cherry Hill East, and I am the 63rd regional president of the B'nai B'rith Youth Organization, which is a Jewish teen youth organization.
This past week has been an emotionally charged one for many of our fellow students, including myself. It was an honor to be given the opportunity to assist in bringing our school community back to a sense of normalcy, promoting diversity, and ensuring that our school environment remains a safe haven for all. In this endeavor, we worked closely with Mrs. Joseph, our dedicated student advocate at East, as well as Dr. Francis Maurer, one of our vice principals, a team of incredible guidance counselors, Dr. Perry, our principal, and other religious leaders from the community. Together with representatives from East's Muslim Student Association and Middle Eastern North African Association and the Jewish Student Union, we collaborated to create a statement in video calling for peace. But while each of us took immense pride in this work, it was disheartening to find ourselves carrying what felt like the entirety of the weight of such an emotionally charged project on our shoulders as students. We understand the significance of our roles as leaders of the different culture clubs, yet it feels unjust that we had to sacrifice class time and lunch periods to help ease tension among our peers. We are grateful for the opportunity to have made a positive impact on our school, but it is a necessity that the administration will establish a clear plan for addressing similar situations in the future, whether they involve Jewish and Muslim students or any other groups.
Lastly, we want to acknowledge and emphasize that the lack of immediate action by the administration allowed tensions to escalate and issues to intensify further. Moving forward, we need to see more proactive steps taken by our leadership to combat anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and discrimination of any kind within our school district. To reiterate, while we are thankful for the impact we were able to make, and we would do it all over again, we also wish that we didn't have to compromise our mental health, hours of sleep, and education to do so. Together, we can work towards a more inclusive and supportive school community where the burden of addressing such sensitive issues does not solely fall on the shoulders of our students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is
Go ahead.
Kobe Medini, and I'm a junior at Cherry Hill East. I'm here today to request a more secure environment. When I was 3 years old, my family relocated to Cherry Hill for a better education in the Jewish community, just like many other families. This past week, the Jewish community in Cherry Hill, and specifically at East, have been failed. If you have not already seen the videos of the altercation that happened on Thursday, a group of students approached our table while we were at lunch minding our own business. Despite the fact that staff were informed 2 hours in advance that a student was being threatened, only one security guard was present to break up this altercation. This led to many feeling unsafe attending school on top of the international threats that were made. A considerable number of students did not attend school Friday. Even at school today, there was an eerie feeling. In order to allow students, regardless of religion or race, to feel safe in this district, we need more security at East. Community is the heart of our school, and during times like these, I believe we all deserve to feel safe in that environment.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
All right.
Please say your name and your municipality.
My name is Noor Eldeen Raja. I'm a senior at Cherry Hill High School East, and I live in Cherry Hill. As long as I can remember, since 2008, my family and I have been attending public schools, and this is the first time in my memory that the school board has treated us with kind of the minority fairly. And I cannot express it enough to Dr. Perry, to FDM, to Ms. Joseph, to the board. I can't express enough. Thank you. Thank you very much for trying to, I'll say, kind of come to a middle line between the two. And obviously both sides have been, verbally assaulted, sometimes physically assaulted. And as we know, this is wrong, but I thank you. I thank Dr. Perry mainly for stepping in and mainly just trying his best to, deal with the situation that he had in his hand. And on behalf of all the students and on behalf of not just Muslim students, not just students from I think basically students from all across Cherry Hill East, not from Cherry Hill, not just Cherry Hill East or high schools. Thank you so much. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
You just state your name and your municipality. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abdul Hadi. I'm a Muslim Pakistani senior at Cherry Hill East. I had to think very long and hard before deciding to stand before you today because my safety is at risk. There's a video framing me and my Muslim peers as Hamas supporters and anti-Semites. This confirmation video is a result of the school's failure to take action against an initial harassment video in which they were tagged in. This all first started when a current student at East posted a harassment video publicly on his Instagram story. This student filmed himself walking up to and harassing a group of students in the cafeteria who were wearing keffiyehs. You can see and hear in the video the student announcing that these students support the killing of babies and rape of women. He also pointed out an Asian student and stated this kid doesn't even look Palestinian, but whatever, reducing a human rights issue to an ethnic one. Cherry Hill East was tagged in this initial harassment video at CHE activities, as well as informed of the incident the same day, but failed to take any timely action on the matter. The confrontation video circulating now is the aftermath of this bullying incident started by the student, which the school failed to address. Students did what Dr. Perry and Mr. Edwards of Cherry Hill East failed to do, which is ask for the insulting video to be removed and for the harassment of pro-Palestinian students to stop. The result, a short version of the confrontation video is now circulating pro-Israel pages claiming it as an anti-Semitic attack on Jewish students by students who support Hamas. There's no context, and this story has been completely fabricated to victimize the bullies, which people call me and the other students staying up to, the harassment, animals, terrorists, and anti-Semitic. You can hear the Islamophobic remarks of the bully and his supporters screaming, "Terrorist, you are the problem. Terrorist, you are the problem, and get these kids out of this effing school." They also attempted to instigate physical violence by screaming, "Do something if you're about it," and physically assaulting one of my brothers. And to the tune of the Board of Education statement that was sent out, we also heard them yelling, "Free Israel." I'm proud of myself and for demonstrating restraint while being physically and verbally assaulted for standing up against bullying. The school waited for things to get to this point and then suspended parties on both sides indiscriminately. The student who posted the harassment video was rightly suspended from the school and took to Instagram again to then accuse Principal Dr. Perry of anti-Semitism. Ironically, the mother of the student who posted the initial harassment video stated on the Fox News, "What's absolutely important is that every kid, every child feels safe at school." I'm here to tell the Board of Education that not only do I not feel safe, but my safety has been threatened. I have been the target of in-person and online harassment on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok by both students and parents. Recently, my previous home address has been posted on Facebook under this confrontation video. Y'all cannot imagine the amount of pressure I have faced to correct both students and parents. I'm constantly paranoid for my safety and the safety of my family. My mental health is suffering, all because I said no to bullying, something the school district has raised us to stand against. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Just state your name and your municipality. Thanks, sorry.
Hi, my name is Asra Aslam. I am one of the student body vice presidents at East, as well as the president of the Muslim Student Association. And I just wanted to say I witnessed such courage from all of my peers at East, but especially from a Muslim perspective, I'm so proud of so many of the Muslim students that spoke here today who demonstrated such courage in such a difficult time. I'm so proud of all of them. And I just wanted to share a message that I put out to our association that I think will also resonate with all of our community members. This past week has been a test of our resilience and a chance to demonstrate the strength of our community as Muslims. We are immensely proud of every community member who remains steadfast, refusing to succumb to hatred, and instead using this time to unite in empathy and support for one another. As ambassadors of our faith within the community, let us carry this unity forward, embracing each day with open hearts. I'm incredibly proud of our community, the students, parents, and even alumni who care enough to come out here today and support one another and hold the school accountable. In our prayers, let us remember our brothers and sisters across the world who are facing immense challenges and suffering. Let us carry the intention of not only enriching our own lives, but also improving our school and the community. Though our sorrows and trials may not vanish instantly, together, as a club, a faith, a school, and a community, we can face them with strength and solidarity. Let us continue to stand together, supporting one another and spreading the values of love, understanding, and resilience that define Islam. I would like to leave all of you with a message from the Quran that God does not burden a soul beyond their capability. We are capable of tackling hatred here at our school, and God willing, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would just state your name and your municipality, please.
My name is Hamid Abdali. I'm a senior at Cherry Hill East. This past Tuesday, October 10th, I walked into my math class. I had a kufiya around my bag and I had the Palestinian flag on it as well. I walked in and I sat down, and from the teacher, I hear the word terrorist. So I'm shocked. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to think. So I asked her, did you call me a terrorist? And she just looks over. I was like, did you say terrorist? She nods her head yes. And then I'm in shock. So I'm like, did you just call me a terrorist? And she's not responding. She nods her head no. So first she said yes, she did call me a terrorist. Then she said no. Then I don't know what to say. So I keep asking. I'm like, so then what did you call me? And then she lies and says she was referring to the math worksheet that we had. So I looked at the math sheet. Nothing on there sounded like the word terrorist. So I go down to Dr. Perry's office, me and a bunch of kids. You've heard their stories. Few of them were with me. They told what happened to them to Dr. Perry. So the next day, I didn't have her class, and she wasn't there, apparently. The day after that, she was teaching like as if nothing happened. So I'm curious as to what's going to happen to her, because this is unacceptable. I'm hurt. Why is the school not doing anything about this? She called me a terrorist. So I want to know what's going to happen. That's my question.
So just to clarify, because many of you have never been here before, this section we call public comment, and it's an opportunity for people to speak and for us to listen. And there may be follow-up after. We don't have a dialogue, and I just want to
Okay,
clarify,
well-
because I don't want you to be disappointed that there's not a dialogue right now. I just want you to understand the format that we have.
Yeah, all right.
Thank
So I
you.
just wanted to let you know what happened to me, and I'm expecting an
Mrs.
answer.
Stern, we also do not comment on any personnel matters in public session.
Yeah. So we thank you, all of you, everyone who is speaking tonight. We are listening, taking notes, and as there is follow-up, there will be follow-up. And so thank you just
Thank
wanted
you.
to clarify that. And for the next student, if you would state your name and your municipality, thanks.
My name is Mohammed Mahmood. I'm a sophomore at Cherry Hill East, and I would like to say that I'm pretty sure it was a Thursday last week. Me and my friends, we were wearing a cultural clothing as to support Palestine, as I've seen Palestinian people wear that. I was going around second floor C wing with one of my friends, as he had study hall and I had study hall too, and we were just getting to class. Out of one of the classes, one kid walks out, and the student says to me, "What the F are you wearing? Take it off." Me, being me, I usually get heated really quick. My friend had held me back and said, "It's okay, let's just walk out. Like, don't even pay attention to it." We started walking away. Then the kid also proceeds to say, when I had my back turned to him, he said, I'm gonna take that, sorry for the profession. He said, "I'm gonna take that bull stuff off your head if you don't take it off." So that got me heated. I turned around, I went up to the kid, I said, "What are you gonna do about it?" So that had happened that day. Coming up tomorrow, Friday, when I went to school, I had seen the video, and I've heard about the hijab incident. Knowing that, I have 3 sisters myself, and I could not take any type of tolerance to anybody doing like that to my sister. And in Islam, we're all brothers and sisters. So I had taken it to my hands that no, not did Dr. Perry or Mr. Edwards do anything about this, even though it was addressed. Going around, I had gone to CAF 2 when I'd seen the kid that had posted the video. I went up to him to talk to him about why he posted it. And you don't see us going around, us Muslims going around posting stuff like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that to the Jews? Even though I have a lot of Jews in my class that were wearing the, I think it's called a yarmulke, I'm not sure, that day. And I had not said anything about that as if it's their right. So as a human right issue, they should not be doing the same thing, right? Going on to it. So all I had acknowledged from that Friday was they had not taken action until I had done something to show them that there was something going on. This has disappointed me because the school should be taking action as soon as they see something going on. Me, I'm personally from New York, and stuff like this happens all the time, but the schools there move mad quick. I'm not sure what goes on here. So keep ending it off. School should have taken action as soon as they got in the first report of somebody posting something on their public Insta harassing students. That did not happen. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Are there any more students in the room who would like to speak?
Just want to say that there are
I'm
students-
sorry, if we have students in the room who would like to, sir, if we have students in the room who would like to speak, they may come to the podium. I will continue to announce, if there are students online who would like to speak, please put an S after your name. There's not a single hand held up online that has an S after the name. That said, sir, thank you. Sir, thank you. Sir, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I continue to announce the same thing, and I'm encouraging people, if your hand is up, that we only have a few names up online. We will go to one of them next. And then we will move on to the adults. Again, I ask every adult to show the same decorum that all of our students have shown, which is amazing and inspiring. So again, to repeat, this is a respectful opportunity to make a comment about matters relevant to our school district. We ask and will insist that no student names, no adult names, no group names be specifically called out in your comments.
President Stern?
Sir, I'm sorry. We have a process, and I will ask you to please follow our process, please. Sir? Sir, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So there is a hand raised online, and it is a name that has been up for a while, and I'm going to call on that name next, and then we will move on to ask that there are any adults who would like to speak to kindly line up at the podium, and we will continue on with our public comment. So the
President
name
Stern,
online,
President Stern, is there a possibility that if they are having trouble putting the S to indicate they're a student, can they confirm it in the chat? Are we able to have someone to view that?
I don't know that that's the case. I'd have to ask Mr. Plavinsky that question.
Yes.
If you are online and you are not a student, I would request, and thank you for my fellow board members' assistance, to put your hands down. There is one name that I believe possibly might be a student who has a hand held online. I'm going to go to that name now, and the name is Mai Albuher, I believe is a proper pronunciation. So Mai, it is your turn. If you would state your name and municipality, please.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to put the S next to my name earlier, but yeah, I'm a student. My name is Mai Albuher. I'm a 10th grade student at East, and this is my message to the Board of Education. To start off, I want to say that I support anyone who wears things for the purpose of supporting their heritage and religion. With that being said, this past week, many students have shown up to school wearing keffiyehs. The wearing of these keffiyehs is not the issue, but rather the timing. The school has to have noticed that the majority of these students have only started wearing these keffiyehs after the attack on Israel. Therefore, it is right to assume that the wearing of these keffiyehs following the attack on Israel is a way to show support for Hamas, the Palestinian terror group who is responsible for this anti-Semitic act of violence. I don't understand why anyone, especially my peers, would want to show support for such evil. When I've had to walk in the hallway these past few days and see someone wearing a keffiyeh, I get reminded. I get reminded of the terrorists and murderers that killed the people of my country. I get reminded of the trauma that not only I went through, but also the trauma that my family went through, that my country went through. I should not have to see my peers support the people responsible for the biggest execution of Jews since the Holocaust in front of my face at my own school. So much hate for Jews is already all over social media and everywhere I go. It should not happen at school of all places. It makes me feel unsafe and threatened at school. It makes me feel terrified that there's people who sacrifice their own life to killing people like me just because we are Jewish. I was sitting at my lunch table this last Thursday in the cafeteria like any other day when a group of students wearing keffiyehs as well as masks stormed in and began screaming and yelling at a Jewish student. The way that one specific student was dressed resembled the exact way that a terrorist dresses. That mask indicates that he wanted his face to be covered, indicating that he did not want to be recognized for what he was planning to do. Thankfully, teachers were able to break it up pretty quickly, but what if they hadn't? Who knows what could have happened in the cafeteria that day if the situation escalated? Would I have been safe? I've been told my whole life by my parents and especially by my teachers to take action when there is a problem, to advocate for myself. This is exactly what I am doing. I wrote a letter to my school principal, Dr. Perry, as well as the superintendent to explain what I, as a Jewish student, have gone through this past week, but I never got a response back. It is extremely discouraging when I, as a 15-year-old, get the confidence to speak up, but I am ignored by people who are not only way older than me, but are also responsible for the safety of thousands of students. If I, as a 15-year-old, can take action with the amount of power that I have, I expect the school to be able to take action back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to announce if you are online and you would like to speak, to kindly appreciate you having put your hands down. If you could feel free to now raise your hand again to the adults who are online. So we'll move on to our public comment in the room. If you could please state your name and your municipality, and you will have 3 minutes. And we are going to be very strict about our time for the adults. So I ask the adults to please keep to your time. Thank you. Please, you may begin.
This is first public comment, right?
This is an open first public
Oh.
comment on any topic
Okay.
related to our schools.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify too, I'm sorry, before we go further. Sorry, Mrs. Sugars, I'm driving you up a wall tonight with the timer. As we say, every meeting, we also, public comments that are repetitive. People will have one opportunity in this public comment to speak. If there is repetitiveness, we will move on to the next person. So to please keep that in mind for this public comment and for our next one. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. The floor is yours.
I thought this was first public comment. Thank you, but I didn't know this was second public comment. So I'm not going to comment on my first public comment, but I will comment on the second public comment. My name is Rick Short. I'm from Cherry Hill. I will say this, that everyone in this room bleeds the color blood. I will say that 100% of the people in here do not like evil. And I will also state that this school and this school board tries to control you like you will not believe, ladies and gentlemen. You listen to this video after speaking, and the applause for whoever's in this room, you will not hear the applause. This is just one more way that this school district controls us. Let me give you another example. Our district can't even say the Pledge of Allegiance. Since January 28th, we have not heard the Pledge of Allegiance. Just one more form of way of controlling. Now, on to a more, should I say, sensitive topic. Again, us all in the room do not like evil, but this district loves to play both sides of the fence, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sirree. We were told that Black Lives Matter and their ideologies of defund the police and destroy our economy was the people we were going to follow. So yes, these are good people to follow. And recently there was a post on social media when this evil came upon Israel, and it was all that it proved that Black Lives Matter was pro-Hamas. So again, we all are the same in this room. We are not here to hurt each other, but you have this constant divide. So one way to control some of this is maybe we don't bring our flags in. We can do our dress, that's fine. But again, this district will not and will keep supporting Black Lives Matter. This district will support people that are, may I say, examples of our consultants, Dr. Kinde, Dr. Greason. All these people divide us. This is what this district loves to do. They love to, go ahead, I challenge you. Watch this video, ladies and gentlemen, after this thing. You are all in support for your constituents or your families. They cut the applause. This is division. This is division, and it will keep happening. We are all the same. Thank you.
Okay, and now we go to the line. The next, we alternate from the room and the line, and now we go to the line, and it's a phone number that ends in 788. If you could kindly say your name and your municipality. You could please unmute yourself.
My name is Jeff Podowitz, and I live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. This was going to be public comment too, but here we go. There's a report of the meeting of the Strategic Planning Committee found in the agenda, and it talked about communication. There's going to be a communication audit update. Barbara Wilson reported that Ms. Wilson reported that the National School Public Relations Association will be contracted to conduct a communication audit. She feels the district will get a very good look at what at where they stand from a website, social media, and communication standpoint. That's important. The process will start in December and will take about 17 to 18 weeks. They will survey. They will have some surveys and town halls. This is not an education or student education. This is about school public relations. Now, the definition of public relations in schools is the strategic communication that shapes the public perception of a school district and its administration. Okay, our former superintendent, Dr. Malash, stated that Ms. Wilson was the individual he spent the most time with speaking in our school district. I understand that because she's an individual most responsible for the public perception of our administration. In point of fact, not necessarily the state or country's perception of our community. Please read first the tuna fish badge of shame, next ban from the prom. New York Times, 2019. Ms. Wilson is quoted in an article. I was sitting in the school board meeting watching this at that time, and I kept on asking myself, why was this administration doing this to our community, putting us up to really national ridicule? Go back and read that article. First, the tuna fish badge of courage. Next, the ban from the prom. Google it. It's from the New York Times. Read it. It was done at that time. Even though our school district received negative publicity, and we received horrible publicity. It was countrywide. It was even international. The good news is, within 2 years, Dr. Malash was named the superintendent of the year. So when you consider for our administration, Ms. Wilson is doing well enough, is doing a good job for our administration. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Podowitz. Your time is up. Thank you for your comment. You could please state your name and municipality.
My name is John Starling. I'm a Cherry Hill resident. parent of 4 students, and the imam of the local mosque, where I've served for over a decade as a religious leader to many Muslims in this region. My congregation is a very diverse one, and we proudly serve this community. We work as teachers, counselors, physicians, nurses, public officials, business owners, and investors. And we volunteered in the hospital system, donated blood, held food and clothing drives, planted trees in urban areas. We've cleaned up our parks and trail systems, and we've served on the PTA in our schools. We've dialogued with churches and synagogues, provided sensitivity training to the local police department, and worked with the township on the original Hate Has No Home in Cherry Hill campaign. We've even opened up, thank you. We've even opened up a Cherry Hill free clinic where all who are uninsured can be seen. And over the past week and a half, we've been horrified by the violence abroad, saddened by the loss of innocent life, and have grown frustrated at the lack of a sensible solution to this disaster. While there's much to be said about this issue, our greatest concern in this community is safety. Unfortunately, whenever there's a conflict abroad involving Muslims, we here have to brace for impact. Not only do we grieve the loss of innocent life, but as a result of these conflicts and the negative imagery of Muslims found in the media, we are often the target of abuse and violence. Just this past weekend, a 6-year-old boy was stabbed to death and his mother left severely wounded right here in the United States. According to the sheriff's office, they were targeted by the suspect due to them being Muslim and the ongoing Middle Eastern conflict. At the start of last week, we received messages from the school board explicitly stating that the Cherry Hill public school system had taken a political stance. We also received word from a school administrator that some of the teachers abandoned their approved curriculums and introduced controversial material into the classroom. These actions left our children feeling abandoned and unsafe, and the parents concerned that there would be a backlash. And their worries came true. I witnessed this myself when I was invited to Cherry Hill East High School to participate on a panel of religious leaders to help settle growing tensions between the student body. Needless to say, the communication we received has been disappointing and disheartening, especially when you compare it to the carefully crafted statements of neighboring districts and the state's Department of Education, which were unbiased, apolitical, and inclusive. As a part of this community, we want to know that the school system is here for our children. And as the Muslim community, we stand ready to see this done for the safety and well-being of our students and fellow neighbors of Cherry Hill by offering mediation, education about Muslims and Islam, and
Thank you.
sensitivity training. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. If you could please state your name and your municipality.
Good evening, members of the board. My municipality is Cherry Hill. My name is Najmul Sahar Binet, future doctor in Cherry Hill East class of 2014 graduate. Cherry Hill High School East has exhibited a lack of diligence in protecting students against and responding to harassment. Sunday, October 8th, Dr. Morton issues a statement failing to acknowledge a large contingency of our Cherry Hill community. Tuesday, October 10th, a video is taken by a fellow student tagging the student's Instagram page, school's Instagram page at CHE activities. The video demonstrates a clearly documented instance of harassment by the bully whose victims report the incident the same day, but no immediate action is taken. 2:47 p.m. the same day, the same student takes a picture of a student wearing a Palestinian flag and posts it on Instagram with the label terrorist sympathizer, once again tagging the school. At this time, the school is dismissed and the harassment, which was not immediately addressed during school hours, continues online with parents joining in. Instagram and Facebook continue to share posts of children adorning Palestinian flags and labeling them as the instigators. Sometime during school hours, a teacher calls a student adorning kafaya a terrorist. The teacher continues to teach for the next 2 days until the matter is addressed 48 hours after the incident occurred. The same day, a student is verbally attacked with the chant, "A good Muslim is a dead Muslim." Despite being reported to Dr. Perry, no disciplinary action is taken. Wednesday, October 11th, a student's hijab is forcibly removed by fellow students. A student goes to guidance to report this incident and on the way is met with parents in the corridor pointing, shouting, and recording her. Fearing for her safety, her mother arrives for early dismissal and is verbally harassed with slurs like terrorist by students while parents in the corridor cheer them on. No school staff member or security guard stepped forward to stop this behavior. Thursday, October 12th, it has now been 48 hours, 2 entire school days since the initial harassment video was posted to Instagram. Despite being tagged and reported to the school has taken zero disciplinary action. A group of students decides to approach the student who posted the harassment video to voice their concerns. The student and his friends escalate the situation towards physical violence, shouting, "Do something if you're about it," and physically assaulting another student. Only 30 minutes following this incident, the school finally decides to address this ongoing issue by indiscriminately suspending all of the parties that were involved. But the harassment of the pro-Palestinian students did not stop there. Friday, October 13th, Fox News publishes a headline labeling the incident a discriminatory fight. Their speaker, the mother of the student who posted the initial harassment video, tagging the school, stating the children's safety is the most important thing. As we speak, a clip of the incident is being shared incessantly on social media, putting out the false narrative that this is an anti-Semitic attack on Jewish kids at the school perpetrated by Hamas supporters. The comments under these posts will prove that the school has failed to protect its students.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next speaker, I again want to thank everybody in this room and our community for the respectful way that each of you has treated one another as we go through these and listen to our public comments.
Good evening. My name is Zina Bolotina, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Cherry Hill High School East. I live in Cherry Hill. I want to express my dismay and disappointment with the administration at East, specifically with Dr. Perry, the principal, and Mr. Edwards, the assistant principal, for how they chose to handle the events of last week. A group of Jewish parents met with Dr. Perry last week, providing detailed account of incidents of harassment and intimidation of Jewish kids, only to have our concerns dismissed. Our kids do not feel safe at school. Why is that? Number one reason is that kids lost all trust in the administration of the school, in the adults whose job is to protect them, validate them, hear them, and provide them with a sense of safety. Dr. Perry demonstrated lack of empathy and understanding of how events of October 7th, one of the worst massacres of innocent Jewish people since the Holocaust, impacted so many children in our school. How can a school that prides itself as a trauma-informed institution be so ignorant to the history of Jewish people and our collective experience? Both Dr. Perry and Mr. Edwards kept telling the students and the parents that we have our side of the, if we have our opinion of the events and other kids have their opinion of the events. How shameful. If the events of October 7th are viewed as your truth versus their truth, as opposed to the truth, then the administration lost all sense of moral clarity. The greatest lesson that the school missed to teach all kids that we are all human, that we are all united against evil. And I strongly believe that by staying silent, the school in the end failed all kids. They allowed the kids to take matters into their own hands while the administration stood on the sidelines and watched. After almost a week of arguing with the administration, they finally banned the flags in our school, thus recognizing the destructive impact it had on our Jewish kids, as well as brought the rabbi and imam for a joint session. However, many parents feel it's not enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
So one of the first things that
Could you please say your name and your municipality? Thank
Yes,
you.
sorry about that. Dina, I actually don't feel comfortable to share my last name, and
Could you please say your last initial?
S.
Thank you.
And my municipality is Cherry Hill. One of the first things that I heard when I walked in the room was that a lot of what's going around is misinformation. That's the first thing I heard. Before coming into this room, I saw a lot of things on social media, and I'm sure maybe some of it was half truths. But one thing that was entirely missing from the Board of Education and from Cherry Hill was any denouncement of terror. There is no two sides to babies being murdered. There is no two sides to rape. There is no two sides to people being kidnapped. There is no two sides to murder. So to put these children, to put your students in a position where they have to pit themselves against each other to choose sides is wrong. To send out the video that went out, hate has no place here, to send it out a week late and to put it on students' shoulders is wrong. There is war crimes. War crimes, it's the Geneva Convention. There are certain things that are just, there's black and white. There are just clear as day. So to not be able to denounce things is wrong. Now, another thing I heard, Mr. Morton, is one thing that you said is that Cherry Hill East does not condone the events of October 7th. You repeated that word several times, and I was waiting for another word, hoping that you would put out a stronger statement, that somebody here would put out a stronger statement. Condone means to accept. We don't accept. It's not that we don't accept terror. We are against it. We denounce it. So if you want everyone to move forward with peace, it is time to recognize when things are not peaceful. It is time to recognize when things are wrong. Now, I would like to believe, and I hope it's the truth, that nobody in here wants terror. Nobody wants to hear about their family or their friends or their close ones being killed, being hurt, being injured. Nobody wants to hear that. But for the administration to not put out a strong statement when such terror rampages and it affects people personally. I know somebody whose father is missing. I have family who are hiding out in bomb shelters. There are so many people affected. Muslims were affected, Jews were affected, everyone was affected. And I hope you put out a stronger statement and take action.
If you could say your name and your municipality, thank you.
My name is Amir Raja. My municipality is Cherry Hill. I'm a Cherry Hill East graduate, Carusi Middle School, Thomas Paine. We've been in Cherry Hill for the past maybe 22 years. We came here and we realized as soon as we came here 22 years ago that there was a diverse group of people here. We realized that we were going into a community where we thought we would be the minorities. We thought we would be the people left out. Once I walked into Cherry Hill East and I graduated in 2016, it was unbelievable how I was and everybody else of different colors and different origins were accepted throughout the community. And I know everybody's coming at you guys, and I'm sorry this is how it is, and things are heated, and we can understand that. But I want to thank you on behalf of my family and my community that you guys are doing something where we want to bring our future generations here to Cherry Hill because of what you guys are doing. Of course, things are heated and you guys can't stop everything. Dr. Perry, your job is, I'm sorry, I would not wish to be in your position right now. You're doing everything you could. Thank you very much, but there's no winning in this, and I'm sorry to tell you that. But in the end, we all realize that stuff is going on, and we see how good our children were able to come together and make a video like that and come together and stand all one and give each other high fives and shake hands with each one of them, regardless of what side they're on. The fact that when we stand here as parents and you guys requested from us to act as our children did, I feel like on me and on my parents and on our older generation, we should feel ashamed of ourselves at the fact that we have to try to act like our children are when we should be teaching them. When we're standing in the back, one of our children is standing here and he's explaining what happened to him. And one of the people that were in the back over there was saying that he's a liar and that didn't happen. And it's to the point where I think you guys have done an amazing job with our children. And I don't know how you guys can do it with the older people or the staff around them, but as we've trusted you guys with our children, we trust you guys with our staff, and we trust you guys with our township. So thank you guys one more time. And Dr. Perry, one more time. I would never hope to be in your position, but thank you very much.
Thank you. You could please just state your name and your municipality, and the timer will restart. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isaac. I'm with Cherry Hill. First of all, let's have a moment of silence for the innocent victim of this terror attack, and also the loss of life for whomever believe in light and humanity, whether what is the religious, if it's Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. To my Muslim brothers and neighbors here, I would like to say that this is not between Muslim and Jews. As many nations, leaders, whether they are political leaders or religious leaders, condemn the act against the civilians, the babies, the women, let's not make it a Jews against Muslim. Today in the Israeli IDF and in Israeli citizens, there are tons of Muslims that shoulder to shoulder with their brother, whether they're Jewish or Christian, support humanity, whether it's local now in a time of conflict, and whether it's flying from Haiti to Miami, from Rwanda to Turkey to save lives and to create lives. Okay? So that's my first point. So I'm very disappointed with the principal here not taking a stance between bad and good, right? To be silent and to let things happen and to roll into some consequences. This is the worst thing that he could have done. The second thing, there is Asher here in the room, the editor-in-chief. Is he in the room?
I'm sorry, and you may want to
Yeah,
I ask you not to use the student's name. Thank
No
you.
problem, because this is East Side Online. My daughter was also editor-in-chief. So if this documents true events, this is beyond opinion. There is evidence here for crimes, support terrorism, child pornography, and the list go on. I high-marked it. If you'd like, Dr. Morton, I can hand it over to you. Something should be done about it if that's true. And I'm not saying if it's Jewish or Muslim, that doesn't matter. They are all American citizens or soon to be citizens or just a resident. There is law above us, and they should be well taken care. And I'm not expecting you guys to defend any community. That's the job of the police. That's the job of the community leaders to make sure that they are safe. But between the hallways and inside the classrooms, you should make it comfortable and safe, no matter what is the religion. It can be anybody, right? You need to make sure that there is a accepting environment for prosperity, equal opportunity, and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You could just state your name and municipality. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gal Blank. I live in Cherry Hill. I have two kids who attend school district right here. Last week, I was shocked to learn the experience anti-Semitic incidents that occurred at Cherry Hill High School East. I watched students openly making fun of Jewish parents and intimidating students. I watched the school administration doing absolutely nothing to make it stop and hold those students accountable. Due to that, I don't feel we have a trust in the administration of Dr. Perry to keep our children safe at that point in time. And I believe Friday's attendance should speak for itself. I'm aware and I appreciate the school effort to mitigate the situation by bringing the rabbi and the imam to talk to the kids. However, a few hours later, clear demonstration in the cafeteria. We all saw the video of what happened. Once again, we saw chaos. We saw school failing to keep our kids safe, all of our kids. We saw an administration that has no plan on how to prevent or address those situations going forward. As I was sitting in the Dr. Perry's office with other parents discussing those incidents, I was shocked to learn that apparently Dr. Perry believes that what happens on 710 is just one side of the story. It left me literally speechless. And for people who know me, I am never speechless. So any person that is having trouble grasping how wrong that statement is, in my opinion, has no business teaching our children. I expect from this Board of Education the following: school administration must be held accountable for allowing hatred to thrive on their watch for both sides. They are not supposed to let our children decide. That's why they called educators. It must be clear to all the teachers that Hamas is a terrorist organization. And I believe that there is not a single person in this room that can say that Hamas is not a terrorist organization. School must be clear that any support of Hamas directly or indirectly is unacceptable and violates school policy and values. I want to see a plan from this Board of Education on how it will rectify the situation and restore the trust. And first step of what I recommend would be joining the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that has a clear definition of anti-Semitism and integration of that into the school policy and curriculum. I heard hate has no home here several times being thrown out. I'm closing up. And for
Thank you.
me,
I'm sorry, your time is up.
right
We do
now,
want to give
it's just-
everybody the chance to speak, so I'm just going to ask you, thank you. Please feel free to email your comments
I
or
was
or
emailing
you
my
can share them
comments.
with us.
The
Thank you.
problem is nobody's replying.
And we move on to the next person. Thank you. Yes, please state your name, municipality, and your 3 minutes will start.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rachel Harose. I'm a physician, I'm a parent, and I live in Cherry Hill. I think we've heard a lot today. A lot has been said. And I think I speak for many of us when I say that the overwhelming feeling is one of a loss of trust in the administration and in Cherry Hill East. There was such an incredible lost opportunity. So many of us reached out to Dr. Perry last Sunday saying, we're seeing what's happening. Please preemptively step in, set boundaries, create a safe environment. And we know that that was completely ignored and nothing happened. There was a lack of communication with us. None of us received replies. I certainly didn't. Multiple emails were sent. There was a lack of communication with the students, with the teachers. I spoke to many teachers. They didn't even know what was happening. They learned about it on social media and from the kids instead of from their own principal. They could have been used to help support the students, to be there for all of the students who were struggling, but instead they actually didn't know. They learned about it on Wednesday through a meeting, right? I think that, look, I'm just an ER doc, but this isn't rocket science. So much could have been done. So I'm going to ask for a couple of things. I'm going to ask for an apology to the students, to the staff. To the teacher and to the community, because guys, we made it to Newsweek. That is not a distinction that we want, right? And then I'm going to ask for 2 action plans. One short action plan. What are you going to do to keep our kids safe? And I don't want just words. Hate has no home here. We all know that. What is actually going to be? What are the actions? And then I want a longer action plan. I want an investigation into what happened, what could have been done, and how we can do better moving forward. Because you know what? Our students and our community deserve it.
Thank you. I'm going to go to, just ask you to hold on. There's a hand raised online. The phone number ends in 149. If you have not yet had a chance to speak tonight, then I'm going to ask you to take this opportunity. It's your turn. You have to, please unmute and please state your name and municipality. You're still muted. If you would please unmute. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Dan Cerrucci. I live here in Cherry Hill. Well, I just begin by saying, for goodness sake, thank God I don't have kids or grandkids in the Cherry Hill public school system. I thought I would never have to say this. This is so distressing what I'm hearing. I saw the two statements that were put out by the superintendent and by the principal that was affected here of the Cherry Hill High School East, I believe it was. The statements were innocuous. They were innocuous. They said nothing. They were touchy-feely statements. They were CYA statements. Do you know what I mean? CYA, cover your A statements. That's what they were. This is a sad moment for the Cherry Hill Public School District. And this is not the first time that you've been in this situation and that you faced the public relations crisis. This has been ongoing. It was a regular occurrence during the administration of the most previously departed superintendent. Now you are in a critical point. You're at a turning point here. I am an educator, former educator. I was a fifth grade high school teacher and a college professor. I'm telling you, you are at a critical turning point. You're about to choose a new superintendent. You had a superintendent who was a showboater. This story was all about him. And basically, he came in here to pad his resume, and he hooked onto all kinds of fads and buzzwords and the latest thing, including way, way too many concepts that were way, way too woke, okay? Way too woke. What you need now is a superintendent that's a rowboater, that's going to get in a rowboat with the parents and bring the Cherry Hill schools back to academic excellence. We want to see stories about the children, the young people, and what they're achieving, the grades they're getting, the scholastic achievement of the schools. That's what put Cherry Hill schools on the map, not slogans like hate has no home here. What put Cherry Hill schools on the map was not a bunch of buzzwords and slogans, but scholastic excellence and values, old-fashioned values that teach children the difference between good and evil. Let me tell you something, when you compromise between good and between right and wrong, when you compromise between right and wrong, you're always wrong. You see what I'm saying? You're always wrong. And there is
Thank
evil
you.
in
I'm
this
sorry, your
world.
time is up. Thank you. You could please state your name and your municipality.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. My name is Amro Fidel, and I am a resident of Cherry Hill, a proud father of a student in your district, a proud family member who is also an alum and who works in your district, a small business owner, an adjunct professor at Penn State University, and an executive at Burlington Stores Factory. But most importantly, I'm a proud Muslim Egyptian American standing here before you. Now, you've heard a lot tonight, and I wrote a speech that many of the colleagues here have also shared. But my voice here today is to the students, particularly the students of the Jewish faith and the students of the Muslim faith. I too was in your shoes at one point, especially the sister that spoke first. In 9/11, we faced the same thing, but I'm here to tell you it gets better. What I can offer as advice is to tell you to make a difference, embrace your differences, educate. I remember during that time, I was in 9th grade, and it was hard. We were called many worse things that you experienced from both sides. But the one thing that was really powerful is we both came together and we celebrated our differences. I remember educating our students and our teachers about what Islam was all about because they didn't know what it was. I remember doing different lectures and being in the face of the Muslim students and talking about what it is that our religion teaches. So while I commend you standing up here and speaking to the administration about all the things that you both have experienced, I ask you to go back and make a difference in your communities, in your parents, in your religious worship centers. Make a difference. Many of you have experienced a lot of hardships, but it does get better. And I hope one day you will stand in front of your school board and in front of your children and say, you know what, too was there during that time, but it does get better and life moves on. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go back to the line, and the name is Arshad. Arshad, if you could please state your full name and your municipality. If you could please unmute. Arshad, if you're there, could you please unmute? Okay, Arshad, if you're there, we're going to go back to the room. And if you are hearing me, we'll come back to you right after this next speaker and give you, I'm sorry, you have now unmuted, so we'll restart your time. And if you could please state your full name and municipality. Oh no, you just muted again. Unmute, please. Okay, now you're gone. All right, if you would come back, I'll see your hand. I apologize. We'll go over to the, thank you for your patience. It's your, if you could state your name and municipality.
My name is Ivana Cooper, and I'm a mother of 4 children here in the Cherry Hill School District. As a dedicated community leader and advocate, I've always been actively engaged in various initiatives such as food and clothing drives, tree plantings, local relief work efforts, and the original No Room for Hate in Cherry Hill. However, I initially had reservations about the community and the school system's ability to provide my children with the holistic education and well-being they deserved. I homeschooled my kids for 8 years. Over the time spent here and more time spent in Cherry Hill, and I've become more involved in local efforts, my perspective slowly began to change. In 2019, I opened my own small business, which solidified my sense of belonging and trust in the community. Consequently, I made the decision to enroll my kids in the public school system. Unfortunately, my attempt to enroll my son at Cherry Hill East was met with disrespect, disregard, struggles, and unkindness. Seeking support, I actually spoke in front of this exact board at that time, and to my relief, Dr. Morton, you reached out to me that same evening. Your passion and affirming conviction reassured me that my children would be safe under your watch. You addressed my fears and provided me with a sense of security. In the years that followed, I became fully immersed in the Cherry Hill community. I actively participate in their PTAs, career day at the high school, teachers appreciation breakfasts, and any other and all other school district events I can manage. My children were thriving, and we were all happy and engaged. I formed friendships with other locals that quite a few of them stand behind me. However, everything changed with the first email that was sent out by the district. Your words put targets on our backs and jeopardized the safety of my children and our community members. Without considering the short-term and long-term consequences, you made my family and community members culpable for international tragedies. In the days that followed, this point was proven when my daughter experienced a classroom incident with the teacher who showed no regard for her and used it as an opportunity to express her own views on international incidents without context. Even worse, my neighbors' children were subjected to harassment, intimidation, bullying, fear, and hate here in Cherry Hill. My request is simple: revise the district statements to align with the sentiments expressed in our zone PTA's letter, or similar sentiments in the district letters from Haddonfield School District, Morristown Friends, Franklin School District. The name to remember tonight is Wadi Al-Fayoum, 6 years old. This is exactly what I fear for my children. This little boy is dead today. His mother stabbed, waiting and in critical care. This is in the States. This is not overseas. Because of districts like this and local communities, our own neighbors don't see fit to allow us to live and work and respect us the same way they did a week ago. I don't wish pain, harm, or suffering on anyone, anywhere. Please make Cherry Hill safe again for me and my family and my community.
Thank you. I do not see any hands online, so we'll continue in the room. Please state your name and your municipality, please.
Good evening. My name is Tuba Hussein. My municipality is Cherry Hill. I'm an alumna of Cherry Hill East and a barred attorney to much of my teachers' surprise while I was at East. I am sharing this letter as an open letter on behalf of the Muslim, Palestinian, and Allied contingency that you see before you today. Dear members, we address you as concerned parents, students, alumni, stakeholders, and taxpayers in Cherry Hill to address our profound disappointment in the statements made by the board regarding the events unfolding in Palestine and Israel, statements upon which the board today doubled down through the mention of Israel, few mentions of Gaza outside of the context of terrorism, and no mention of the word Palestine or occupation. Rather, Rather than promoting humanity and condemning acts of violence against all innocent individuals, the board chose to show solidarity with only those impacted in Israel, with no regard for the suffering of Palestinians in this decades-long conflict. In doing so, the board has emboldened students on one side of this conflict, and as we've heard today, the results have been absolutely devastating. Faculty, students, and parents alike have intimidated, bullied, and harassed Palestinian and Muslim students, spreading hatred, racism, and Islamophobia throughout our community. These acts of bigotry have left us in horror and distress. Today, you have heard just a handful of these incidents, which I need not repeat. These deeply troubling incidents and the inadequate response by administrators not only threaten the well-being of our students, but also tarnish the reputation of our educational institutions. Neighboring districts with similar or less diverse populations have issued letters that convey neutrality, inclusivity, and diversity, including Haddon Township, Haddon Heights, Franklin Township, and Lenape Regional. The NJ State Board of Education itself has issued a statement explicitly mentioning the, quote, tragic events taking place in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. The Cherry Hill School District did not echo the sentiment of inclusivity, nor did its statement reflect the diversity of its municipality, as you see here today. We hold the board to its commitment to ensuring the safety of all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or political opinion. To that end, we call on the Board of Education to 1, issue a statement acknowledging the loss of Palestinian life and condemning the acts of discrimination and Islamophobia that have taken place. 2, take concrete steps to address and prevent acts of hatred, including the implementation of a transparent monitoring system and both swift and equal disciplinary action. 3, establish support mechanisms for affected students to help them cope with emotional and psychological impact of the recent events. And 4, implement proactive education of students and staff through the resources Imam John mentioned today. And 5, ensure all comments made by the board are neutral and well-educated. By taking these steps, the board can begin to rebuild the trust within our community that has since lost, foster an inclusive and respectful environment, and promote fairness, equality, and empathy, qualities that each and every one of us in this room hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up. If you'd like to hand in it, you're more than welcome to approach and hand in, absolutely. Thank you. You could please state your name and your municipality.
Hi there, my name is Charles Goldberg. I'm a clinical psychotherapist from Cherry Hill. So I'm a clinical psychotherapist, as I said. I'm a Hasidic Jew, and several of my patients are at Cherry Hill East High School, and many families have reached out to me over the last 10 days seeking support. I have an alarming fact to share with everyone here. Since October 7th, 10 days ago, anti-Semitic acts have increased 488% in the United States. Also, 10 days ago was the largest number of Jews murdered in a single day since the Holocaust. The question every Jew is asking right now is how both of these facts can exist simultaneously. The answer boils down to 3 things: silence, misinformation, and weak responses. Let's start with the most important thing first, our children. Many Jewish students in this district have reported not feeling safe at school as a result of facing intimidation and, even worse, invalidation from teachers and administrators. Jewish kids have a unique experience. I think all of our students have a unique experience. And if you're truly offering what's trauma-informed care takes into consideration diversity. There is no equivalence between these two sides. We can't say that we're exactly the same because we're not. We're different. We have different stories, and those differences need to be enunciated and actually spoken about within your school system. Now, the other thing is that we can't forget these are teenagers that we're dealing with. These are not people who are fully developed yet. There is a certain time where, while we want our teenagers to communicate with one another, ultimately what we're looking for is there needs to be some intervention of adults to come in and say what is right and what is wrong. It's as simple as this. And the problem is that in this situation that unfolded, there was a direct attack specifically against Jews. Now, I'm not saying that Palestinian people were unaffected. They absolutely were. There's no question about that. However, there needs to be a unique response specific to the hatred, to the anti-Semitism that was expressed towards Jewish people on this dark day that occurred 2 weeks ago. At the same time, I think it's very important that we always foster and try to maintain neutrality among teachers. The problem is that that also did not occur. There are reports on both sides of teachers not behaving appropriately towards students. There is clearly a lack of education, a lack of training that must be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No hands are up online, so we'll continue on in the room. You could just state your name and municipality. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hazem Khalil from Burlington Township. I'm a youth mentor to a lot of the Muslim kids that actually go to school at Cherry Hill East and among people all over Camden and Burlington County. So I've heard a lot of people coming to me and approaching me, and so this has personally affected me and a lot of these young Muslims that have been struggling, trying to have a conversation, a mature dialogue with people who they disagree with. I'd like to start off in the name of God, and we send upon him unconditional praise and blessings and peace and blessings upon his last and final messenger and along all the messengers of God. I want to give a quote by Moses, peace be upon him, where he says, my Lord, expand for me my breast and ease for me my task and untie the knot from my tongue that they may understand me. So for the students here, there's an important part in terms of how we have these dialogues, and that's seeking to be understood, but as well as seeking to understand others. And that's an important part of conversation. It's not just one side of it or another. So in another verse, God says that, go both of you, meaning Moses and Aaron, to Pharaoh. Indeed, Pharaoh being somebody that is in historical context is an oppressor. Indeed, he has transgressed, and speak to him with a gentle speech. We're talking about somebody who we can agree was, everybody probably in this room, maybe with their religious affiliation, would agree was the biggest oppressor to date. And God instructs them to speak to him with gentle speech, perhaps that he may be reminded of fear of God. So to the students in the room, speak to each other kindly, that just because there is right on either side or there's wrong on either side, doesn't mean that that's bipartisan or that's an ultimatum. That means that everything that will come out of your mouth will be right. You still have to respect each other, and that goes for everybody in the room. So moving on to the parents. I wasn't expecting to hear things about actually the conflict. I thought we were going to be addressing something pertinent to the school board itself. So the languages that I heard earlier about, the dress of Palestinians, I myself am a Palestinian American who grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and later moved around to New Jersey in my younger years in elementary school. So I wasn't going to comment on the past years, but to the board, there's been a lot of pressure on you from the parents. So I respect the position you're in, but unfortunately, it's just the reality of the situation that's been said before me. But to say that you condemn one side or the other without showing support when the past couple Ramadans which is obviously a month-long celebration in worship, there's been over 200,
Thank you, Mr.
1,500,
Khalil. I
2,100
apologize.
Palestinians
If
killed
you'd
as
like
well.
to hand in your comments, we'll definitely all
I
read the rest
appreciate
of
it.
them.
I'll email it.
Thank you.
Thank you
I
for having me.
appreciate
Have a
that.
great
Thank
day.
you. Thank you. If you would like to state your name and municipality in your 3 minutes, we'll start.
Yes, my name is Sara Al Hadidi. I've lived in the Cherry Hill area for a long time, and I'm a member of this community. I want to say thank you to the students for your courage for coming here today and speaking about your experiences in such a respectful way. That's really important. One of the things I wanted to mention was that I work in a company close by, and when this all happened, I'm also a product. I was in school during 9/11. I experienced really, really horrible name calling and attacks and words. I didn't feel comfortable going to school. I had stuff thrown at me just like walking down the street. So I get what you guys are going through, all of you. But back to when this all happened, I was waiting to see what my company would do and what kind of leadership they would set. They sent out a message, and the message was very empathetic. It was inclusive. It didn't take sides. It stuck with the facts. And you know what that did? That set the stage for the rest of the community within the, so our work community to also do the same. Respect each other, not take sides, not call each other terrorists or anti-Semitic for merely bringing some cultural piece of clothing to school or work. Cherry Hill is a very diverse community, and in that diversity that we celebrate, we should understand that everyone should be able to celebrate their diversity. If I wear a keffiyeh, it doesn't mean I'm a terrorist. It means I'm celebrating my heritage. I'm proud of who I am. And I know one parent mentioned some facts that we all should agree on, and that there should be no disagreement on these facts. Some of those facts are: Israel admits they've dropped 10,000 bombs that have left 1.1 million Palestinians homeless, killed nearly 3,000 people, including 1,000 children. We all agree children shouldn't be killed on either side. From bombs dropped on homes, schools, shelters, markets, hospitals. That's something we should all agree is wrong. And if we stand against that, we shouldn't be called terrorists or anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Thank you. If you
Hello.
could- Yes.
My name is Mukaddes Ijaz. The community knows me as Mookie. I am a member of the Cherry Hill Mosque, aka GCLEA.
Could you please just state your municipality where you live, please?
I live in Voorhees, and I attend the mosque in Cherry Hill. Dr. Morton, you brought 9/11 initially in the public forum. You are right, it brought the community together, but you must know that the Muslim community of Cherry Hill has done a lot along the way, along with the Jewish community members, to bring peace to our community. While I hope there is no hidden presumption to that comment, I also want you to know that I'm a community leader and a friend to many interfaith community members. As your new Muslim community partner, I want you to know that there are resources we can build on, along with my Jewish community partners. We can create ongoing dialogue, events like Breaking Bread Together, and share community building resources. We can set up interfaith summits similar to youth summits, like the one my friend and mentor, David Snyder, helped me push a few years ago. So just wanted to share a few resources.
Thank you. At this time, I want to acknowledge there are 3 more people standing for public comment. We've had public comment for approximately in about 2 hours into our meeting, and we have a full night of meeting ahead of us and a second executive session. So we are going to ask the last few people who are currently standing to continue with public comment. If you decide that you would like to share a public comment, but you do not have a chance to speak after these 3 folks, then I would just encourage you to email us. I also want to acknowledge that 9 of us are volunteers on the board, and I am responsible for emailing anyone who emails me back, and I apologize. I have a full-time job. I run a business. I have 3 children. I had visiting day over the weekend with my son at his college, who's a freshman in college. I have not responded to everybody's emails, but please be patient with me. I'm working to get through them, and I do appreciate your understanding. That doesn't mean I haven't read them. So I just feel the need, a little bit of a need to just explain that. And with that, I will go to you. If you could kindly say your full name and your municipality.
Sure. My name is Amina Ahmed, and my municipality is actually Mount Laurel. I work, however, with GCLEA Cherry Hill Youth in the capacity of a mentor and just a liaison between parents and children, children and organizations, etc. A little bit about my background. I am a certified teacher and I've taught in public schools in the state of Illinois. I've worked in special education and worked with students of various disabilities. Public service runs in my family. My mother was a science teacher in the inner city and served underprivileged students for many years. In addition, my husband is an anesthesiologist who worked in the ICU day in and day out during COVID, intubating patients regardless of how they identify during COVID. And we as a family supported him fully, as you did as a society. I say these things to remind myself, all the community members present here, from whatever background they may be present, and I'm sure as board members volunteering your time, you need no reminder that we are all here in the faith of service. I truly believe this, or I wouldn't be up here. And in the faith of service, we need to remember there are certain things that are challenges. And those are challenges we must not shy away from, and we must not pretend that they don't exist. One of those biggest challenges is being open-minded. Working with special education children, this is the biggest lesson I've learned. I've worked with children of all backgrounds and all kinds of disabilities. I've worked with many Jewish families, which I shouldn't need to bring up, but now I feel the need to bring that up. I've worked with them so closely. If any of you have a child in special education, you know how close that teacher-child relationship is. No one knows your child, no one knows your child better than their SPED teacher, besides yourselves. Every child has an IEP, an individualized education plan. And standing here today, I did not plan to speak, but I felt compelled to come up here because those teaching instincts inside me started to wake up. I feel like as a community, we need an IEP, an individualized education plan. We can't take cookie cutter statements and put them out there. They don't speak to either crowd. We can't take cookie cutter solutions and try to apply them to our community because we don't fit that mold. And the first step in creating an IEP for me was to sit down and observe my students. Be open-minded. Don't assume that because this student comes in with this diagnosis, they can't do this, this, and this, but be open-minded, challenge them. Can you do this? If you can't do it the first time, can you do it a second time? If you can't do it on Monday, can you do it on Friday, etc.? Please help me in this.
Thank you. Okay, we have two people who are the last two people who will be speaking who identified. Sir, it's your turn. Your name and municipality, full name and municipality, please.
Hello, my name is Chen Januszkiewicz, and I'm from Cherry Hill. I also didn't plan to speak today, but I just have to say it. I mean, last week, terrorist murders old men, women, and babies in every possible way while they're filming everything so the whole world will see it in Israel. I cannot understand it, and I will always fight against this evil. When the President of the United States condemned in the clearest way, and the school, and at school, they are unable to condemn it or maybe afraid to do or say something, it seems to me that maybe they accept it in school. I live in the USA and I advocate the values of the USA. That's why I moved here. I accept that what I'm expecting from school is that school will be run according to the American values. There is no place for this evil, no way. It's very simple, just condemn it. Thank you.
And you will be our last public comment for this go around. We do have a second public comment. It comes at the end of our meeting. If anyone would like to have a chance to speak, if you haven't had a chance, you are more than welcome to either call in online, because we do have an online call-in option, or you may stay in the room and then have us speak then. But sir, you're the last one. If you could please say your name at this time, your name and municipality.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nayaz Hussain and I am Cherry resident. First of all, I would like to appreciate and thankful to the members of the Board of Education, Cherry Hill. You organized such a beautiful and meaningful meeting and give us opportunity to discuss about this conflict which is going on right now. And all participants are also appreciated for coming here and to participate, because this is very important matter and this is related to our future generation, for our students, for our kids. In the beginning of the meeting, we claim one sentence in our anthem: we are one nation. I'm still thinking, are we one nation? Practically, or we are segmented on the basis of religion, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, on the basis of ethnicity, on the basis of origin? Let us be honest. If we are really one nation, then we are American. We need to think being an American, not being a Palestinian, not being an Israeli or some other ethnic. No matter, we have the relations, we have the roots in those countries, but we are here. We need to think and we need to educate our kids about the betterment, about the future of them and this country. When we are living here, most of us are immigrant. And I believe 26 years before, when we took oath, we said we will defend this country and this nation. Are we doing that? So this is my question to all of you, all members of the board and all the other participants. We need to think about it. If we are Americans, we need to think being an American, not being a Palestinian, not being an Israeli. If you are interested in that, then go there and fight. Why you are fighting here in the schools? And this is not only responsible for this, teachers are not responsible. Parents are also. Teach your kids how you have to be in the school. Your target is education, not on the basis of religion or
Thank
on
you,
any
sir.
other basis to fight
Thank
each
you.
other.
Thank you for your
Thank you
comment.
very much.
Okay, I'm now going to close public comment and I'm going to turn it over to Acting Superintendent Dr. Morton if you have any comments you'd like to make at this time, and then we will move into our agenda.
Yeah, I don't have any specific comments other than just to say thank you to everyone for coming out and expressing your perspectives, expressing your viewpoints. These are many other perspectives that I've heard and received throughout this week. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate your courage in doing so. And I appreciate everyone for continuing to partner with us as we move forward and trying to bring resolution to the situation.
Thank you. Okay. And I would just ask everyone as you leave, if you could just support us by do so somewhat quietly. Feel free to have conversations out there. We do have a long meeting agenda that we do need to get to. So thank you. And we move to our back to our correspondence. We're jumping back on our agenda and we will move to correspondence. Do any board members have correspondence that you would like to share? For the folks in the back, I would just again ask you to kindly exit quietly. I really appreciate your assistance with that. Thank you. Thank you. Just kindly exit quietly. Thank you. Okay. All right. Mr. Mayor, why don't you go ahead and share your correspondence?
So actually wasn't going to make a correspondence presentation or talk about it because what we've just heard and what we're dealing with is so much more important. But I did have an opportunity along with Ms. Elmore Stratton yesterday in the morning to attend the in-service at Cherry Hill West, where teachers were brought in to hear from Brad Johnson, who is very well-known in the education circles, motivational speaker for teachers and for administrators. And just very simply, it was good to be, first of all, in a full auditorium at West. The teachers were uniformly appreciative. The message that they received was topical about resilience, something that's important to me as well, as a resiliency trainer. About the incredible difficult job that teachers have, not just now in this current environment, but really every day. Difficulties which have always been there, but have been just heaped upon them in layers of complexity from the pandemic on. So Thank you to Dr. Morton for arranging to have Mr. Johnson speak to the staff that so desperately deserves to be lifted up. I think they were yesterday. I was glad to be there and to hear the entire presentation. And I hope that we can continue to do things like that in the future for our staff.
Thank you. Any other board members have correspondence? Mrs. Fleischer.
Thank you. To build on that, I'll actually throw it over to Mrs. Elmore Stratton also, because we both sit on the LMC, or the Labor Management Committee, which is a district-wide committee that includes teachers and administrators, principals from all the different levels in the school, which we've spoken about before. It's been enacted, like this is the first year, and we're one of the first, actually, there's a few in New Jersey, but we're one of the first in the nation. It's a growing trend. And the reason why I wanted to bring it up is they did bring up yesterday again that the growing cooperation and teamwork that they have, that they're trying to build in this district, which will go into every part of the children, the students that we have, and every part of our district is where it will sort of seep into. And in the districts that they have enacted the LMC before, it's better the standardized testing, but also it helps staff retention because it empowers teachers to be able to be part of decision-making, be part of curriculum and decisions. And we're very excited to have this here. So we meet monthly. That was what we had yesterday. And Brad Johnson came as part of that as part of the LMC. They also are starting to focus on climate and culture in every school, and they're doing surveys for all the teachers and the parents and the students. So that will be coming out in the future, but it's all about trying to increase cooperation within our district. So that's great. The other thing that Mr. Mayor and I did on Sunday is we walked in the Holocaust Remembrance Walk. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it is part of our middle school curriculum that they talk about that. And Helen Kirschbaum, who is here today, she actually runs the Holocaust Center. And we had a lot of teachers, and we had all three junior highs were part of that. We had kids from Carusi, Beck, and Rosa, and a teacher, Jen Green from Rosa. She helped sort of lead that team to make sure there were kids from all over the town and all three middle schools invited. So I thought that that was a great thing.
Thank you. Mrs. Winters.
It was raining on Saturday night, as it has for the past 6 Saturdays in a row, I believe. So instead of going to the Cherry Hill East marching band competition, it was canceled. I got to go to the faculty musical at East instead. I was there with Dr. Morton. We got really good seats, which was cool. And it was just really nice to be over at East. I mean, I have a kid who goes to East. I hear about all the things that go on there. I was kind of worried about East. I wanted to make sure that those kids know that we were thinking about them. I wanted to spend some time over there with the students and the faculty. And it was just a really good night to get out and to spend some time and to watch a really nice show and see the community at East. So I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Mr. Greenbaum.
Thank you. So this 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I accompanied Ms. Stern, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Morton, and Mrs. Sugars to meet with Assemblywoman Pam Lampett. We had some great discussions about school funding, transportation, teacher recruiting and retention, and even how we can encourage more young people to go into teaching. I appreciate her making the time to meet with us and her very direct nature in what she can and can't do to help us, and look forward to continued discussions in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Greenbaum. I was in attendance in the mental health roundtable discussion that we hosted with Majority Leader Greenwald and also Assemblywoman Lampett, a number of our administrators and staff who participated. And we had a really robust, they had a really robust discussion about mental health services to support our students and how to, what the needs are currently in our schools, what's being seen by our staff and our administration. That was a very productive and thought-provoking conversation. And then that was, I really can't believe that was 2 weeks ago because it feels like it was a year ago, but that was just 2 weeks ago. And then last week, I was able to participate or attend a the Cherry Hill Education Foundation had a golf fundraiser. They raised, I think it was $50,000 or $60,000 for our schools, which is phenomenal. And those dollars, thanks to the support of the sponsors and the people who participated, go to support our teachers and our students in our schools. And I was able to attend the end at the evening recognition part of that event. Any other board member correspondence? Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
Yes, so I've been attending a few things in addition to the LMC participation. One of the highlights last week, actually, we were able to they were able to have Willie Spears come in for a professional development evening with our educators, and it was open to all staff, even staff from other districts. It was an amazing presentation, and it was just another moment for everyone to come together and just get encouragement and get support from the Willie Spears experience. Also, as part of LMC, I believe the Brad Johnson coming in. He spoke with our staff on the PD days that just happened on Monday. From those that I talked to, and I know myself, they've fully felt supported and felt that the interaction with Mr. Johnson and his presentation was very much needed. And of course, we hope to take something away from all the positive notes that he gave us during that presentation. So thank you to to the folks that put those two PDs together, and just board mates, I will say, some of the ways we can kind of support that is just continuing to at budget time, be there for resources for them to have, for our staff to have more professional development of that nature, because they really enjoyed it. Also, just want to, the Hispanic Heritage Month closed out, and so for our students that did their tours for this year, we weren't able to participate, but we want to again just say thank you for sharing that with our elementary communities. Also participated in the mental health roundtable just as an active listener. I encourage everybody to, I'm not sure if those recommendations will be posted that came from our school teams, but they were some very good recommendations about what our current staff would like to see in our buildings in terms of help and assistance with addressing the mental health with our young people. And it was actually very eye-opening, because they want to do more and they want more outside help. So the folks that offered resources this evening, thank you for that, because our staff is asking for it. And we had not BOE, Camden County Educational Service Commission meeting, had their monthly meeting. Nothing new or notable for me to share, but just letting you know that I'll be in attendance of that again for next month. And I think that is it. Oh, this month is also National Principals Month. So you have a lot of time left to go say something encouraging to your principals. I'm sure that they will appreciate it. And that's all I did, I think.
That's a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're done with board member correspondence, and we will move to our student representative reports. And students, it's late, so after you give your reports, really support you guys to go home. If you'd like, you're welcome to stay, but it's a long night. So anyway, and we will start this week with Gia, please, from East.
All right, so today my report is organized in academic updates, event updates, sports, and then extracurriculars. So tomorrow is a PSAT day for Cherry Hill High School East for sophomores and juniors to help prepare them for the SAT and offer opportunities for national merit scholarships. One concern I heard among students is the disruptions in the learning environment for students with learning accommodations, such as last year, students taking the PSAT had to switch rooms in the middle of the test and take a lunch break during the middle of the test, which harms not only their success for scholarship opportunities, but also preparation for an undisrupted learning environment during the SAT. Additionally, Cherry Hill High School East has 3 Coca-Cola Scholar semifinalists, being amongst around 1% of high school seniors, having been selected from more than 100,000 submitted applications. And East is one of the only school districts high schools in New Jersey to have that many semifinalists. So it's great. And we're also 1/8 of the way through the school year, so interims are coming out. And then, as some of the board members alluded to, the faculty musical Back to Prom took place on Saturday, October 14th, and it was widely attended and enjoyed by the school community. The annual Hoka Raid Dance takes place this Friday, and the homecoming football game is on October 21st. On October 28th, the class of 2024 is participating in the Light the Night Walk for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society to show solidarity for students of the class who recently battled blood cancer. And Red Ribbon Violence Prevention Week is taking place next week to learn more about drug use. For sports, the girls' tennis team made it to the state sectional finals, which was supposed to be held today but got postponed because of the rain. The East versus West soccer game was held on Saturday, September 3rd. The Powder Puff football game is taking place on October 22nd, and East versus West football game was rescheduled for October 26th. For extracurriculars, the Crimson Theater production took place, which was A High Schooler's Guide to the Galaxy. And on November 2nd, the Fall Preview Music Concert, one of the concerts that Dr. Perry said wasn't the best East concert because every music program gets to play one song, is taking place. Additionally, from October 2nd to October 6th, the New Jersey Public Schools Week of Respect took place, and East Art Club provided artwork around the school displaying Respect Week. Additionally, construction began near the end at the end of October. Construction is beginning on the stadium, and the campus police are waiting to distribute parking permits to 12th graders. And finally, over the past week, Cherry Hill High School East, the Gaza-Israel conflict created tensions and a divisive atmosphere at the school. I know for me personally, I've never felt unsafe going to school except for last Friday. That was the one day in my entire East experience where I felt like going to school was a harm to my safety. And I know many students who shared similar sentiments. Some of the primary concerns that I've heard from students and administrators told me to say that this is a small sample size, but I heard it repeatedly from students, are that one, the assemblies that Dr. Perry held, while well-intentioned, fell short of their goal of promoting unity, and they had an emphasis on school reputation and ranking, which many students found extremely disrespectful. Second, the delay of administrative response until the end of the week was very disheartening. And third, the large degree of misinformation and lack of transparency and truth regarding the situation. And Dr. Perry did make sure to acknowledge that there is a balance between respecting a student's privacy and informing the public. One other thing I wanted to mention is that 2 years ago, as a member of the Eastside Editorial Board, I released a story with 2 other co-editors about discrimination at East. And I heard quotes and conducted interviews about students saying, it was a regular November in the school year. And students were telling me that they've been called a terrorist. And a student was telling me they were called a filthy Jew. And people keep talking about this idea of return to normalcy and how we should go back to the East we were last week. But in reality, these issues have been pervasive in East, even in the normal times. Like when I did that interview 2 years ago, I heard in these days that people thought where East was functioning properly, these issues were still going on. And I heard we had microaggression lessons for a few weeks and it got brushed over and we kept going on. And then when something like this happens, you see the tensions reemerge. But I don't like people keep saying that, oh, East East used to be like this, when in reality, these issues have been present for so long. And you can't just administrators just can't keep ignoring them and pretending that they're going away and then being surprised when they reemerge again. But in reality, if you don't solve the underlying issues that have been deep-rooted for years, and I've seen them, I interviewed the students, nothing will ever change. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thoughtful comments and for your report, Gia. Tasha, if you could kindly give us the West report.
Hi, so I'm going to start with some school-wide events. West chapter of No Place for Hate had a field trip to the Weitzman National Museum of Jewish History on October 6th, where they, along with peer leaders where they expanded their knowledge of Jewish history. West also had their annual homecoming dance on October 12th, where we saw a significant turnout rate. Ticket sales were the best that we've seen in 5 years, with about 500 tickets sold. Homecoming was followed by the pep rally on October 13th, where fall sports teams were honored and homecoming king and queen were revealed. They also had performances from Fermata, who sung our alma mater, and from cheerleaders and West Marching Band. For future news, PSATs will be held on Wednesday, October 18th for 10th and 11th graders, the first digital SAT that we'll be taking here at West. Two students from West journalism will be representing West at the KYW News Studies program this fall, where they will be learning about the broadcasting world and then writing and broadcasting a short story for KWY. Homework Club is also up and running, where students can get help after school or at nights online in subjects of English, math, social studies, science, and Spanish. Students are signing up for AP tests through guidance, and registration for winter sports have started up. So girls and boys basketball, wrestling, winter track, etc. We're hoping that students get cleared and ready to participate on the first day of practice. For club, Latinos at West was very active this month. They had a fundraiser at Lasito on October 10th, where they raised money for the clubs. And for Hispanic Heritage Month, they did a tour at Rosa, Kingston, Kilmer, Bar, and Russell Night in the elementary schools for spreading Hispanic culture. Music and theater, West Thespians held auditions for Romeo and Juliet on October 5th and 6th. And West Marching Band won their second first place win of the season at Millville High School on October 2nd, the score of 82.5, where they outscored their first place season opener. They also wowed us at the pep rally with their performance on the 13th. West Singers from Men of Note in Chamber performed at the Borgata in Atlantic City for the NJPSA conference on October 12th. And Music Boosters held their fundraiser at Pat's Pizza and Grill on October 5th. Unified Bowling will be launching soon for AIDS and special education students. African American Culture Club is currently planning their trip to the Malcolm Bernard South Jersey HBCU College Fair on November 12th for juniors and seniors. And West Model UN will be attending the South Jersey Model United Nations Conference this Saturday for their first event since its launch in September. In sports, West football beat Triton 28-20 on October 6th. Girls tennis had 2 wins, one on October 3rd and one on October 6th against Winslow and Triton respectively. Girls volleyball won against Camden Eastside on October 10th, honoring their seniors on Senior Day. And girls soccer also honored their 14 seniors on Senior Day with a win against Lenape on October 4th. And they played their first game of the Coaches Cup Saturday at Kingsway, where they tied 1-1. Boys soccer won their first game of the Coaches Cup against Haddon Heights on October 13th, 1-0. And Westfield hockey won 4-3 against Haddon Township on October 11th. I would like to give my respects to our students at East and throughout Cherry Hill for the events that took place this past few weeks. Like I said before to Mr. Greenback, at West we hadn't heard nearly half of what I've heard tonight and the experience that students faced. And I like to say, like, I have immense respect for all the students who came here at East, from East here tonight, and they stood together. And I think it really just shows the strength of our community despite the adversity that we underwent, the youth in this community and their ability to come together in such a trying time for the entire country and the entire globe. That's immensely respectful. And I give my heart out to anyone affected, and especially students here at East and West. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Appreciate your comments. Appreciate your stepping in for Colin tonight. And like I said, if our students would like to leave, Mr. Mayor would be happy to escort you out as you're on your way out. And maybe you can go home and do some homework. I'm sure you have plenty of it. You're welcome to stay, but just don't want to make you all stay up so late. So thank you. And now we move on to our action agenda, and we're going to start with Mrs. Winters. If you could please give the update on the October CNI committee meeting.
Sure. The CNI committee, we met on October 2nd, and one of the items on our agenda were the NJSLA Spring 2023 results. At the meeting, it was reported out that we did not have the correct template from the state yet to report those results, so we couldn't really discuss them at the meeting. I am pleased to let you all know that we do have the template and all the information now. According to the statutory requirement from the state, and the memo that they have released, this information must be reported out to the full board and the public prior to November 13th. Our next board meeting is November 14th. So we are going to have the report out of the NJSLA data tonight to satisfy that requirement and so that you all can see it. But I anticipate that at the next CNI meeting on November 6th, I believe, November 6th, look at that, I'm paying attention. We will have a full discussion of the NJSLA data that's presented so that the committee can talk about the results as well as next steps for the board. I anticipate that the committee will also be reaching out to the BNF committee because of course there's a budgetary side to it. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on that as well. So with no further ado, here are the NJSLA Spring 2023 results.
A second to get set up here.
Presenting tonight is Ms. Faith Holmgren. We really appreciate you being here. We understand it is a long night. So thank you so much for being here tonight to go over these results with us. Can you hear me? No? Okay, not so well. Okay, is that better? Okay, perfect. Good evening. My name is Faith Holmgren, and I am the district testing coordinator. This evening, I will be presenting the Spring 2023 New Jersey Student Learning Assessment, or NJSLA results, using the template provided by the NJDOE, as Ms. Winters already told us. No, absolutely. As you may be aware, participation in the NJSLA, ELA, math, and science is required by state and federal law for all students in grades 3 through 8 and high school. These assessments measure student proficiency with grade level skills, knowledge, and concepts that are critical to college and career readiness. The NJSLA also helps us to identify areas of curricular strength, as well as areas in which there are opportunities for growth and improvement. The data you are going to receive today is an overall summary comparing Spring 2022 NJSLA results to Spring 2023 NJSLA results. Please note, we as a district take a more intensive approach when working with this data at both the school and district levels. We identify areas of strength and improvement by standard and for specific student support. Before we dive into the data, I wanted to provide you with the performance levels for English Language Arts, or ELA, mathematics,
and science. This first slide shows that for ELA and mathematics, levels 4 and 5 indicate that a student is proficient and on track to be college and career ready. Below the performance levels, you will find the scale scores that correlate to each of these levels. And here you will find the performance levels for the NJSLA science assessment. Note, there are only 4 performance levels in science, and students who perform within levels 3 and 4 are considered proficient. Now moving into the data, we will begin with the comparison of our spring 2022 and spring 2023 NJSLA ELA data for grades 3 through 9 in percentages by performance levels. You will also find the total number of students tested under each grade in the far left column. Green highlighting indicates a positive change for performance levels 1 and 2, and 4 and 5 from 2022 to 2023. Here you can find the same exhibits for mathematics, which is the comparison data for grades 3 through 8 and high school, showing comparison in performance by grade level from 2022 to 2023. The grade 7 and grade 8 mathematics data represented here only includes the data for those students who took the grade 7 or the grade 8 mathematics assessment. Those middle school students who took the Algebra 1 or geometry assessment are represented within the data for which they took the assessment. And here we conclude the comparison data section with the science results. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, different from ELA and mathematics, which are based on 5 performance levels, science is based on 4 performance levels. Levels 3 and 4 indicate that a student is on track to be college and career ready. To help you more easily navigate the data presented on the next several slides, please note the following. This chart shows the Cherry Hill changes in performance comparable to the state. This first slide provides you with the ELA data for grades 3 through 9. When looking at this data, we went to see our percentage changes from 2022 to 2023 in levels 1 and 2 to decrease, while we want to see our percentage changes increase from 2022 to 2023 in levels 4 and 5. Here you can find those same 2022-2023 Cherry Hill versus state comparisons for mathematics. Once again, I want to remind you that middle school students who took Algebra 1 geometry or Algebra 2 are represented in the Algebra 1 geometry or Algebra 2 data. And finally, that same comparison data for the science assessment, keeping in mind that science, again, is only based upon 4 performance levels. Now we will move on to participation data by percentage, showing again the comparison between last year and this. You can see below each percentage the actual number of students that each percentage represents for both years, 2022 and 2023. For ELA, we increased our participation in all tested grades except grade 4 and grade 6. Moving on to the same exhibits for mathematics, also comparing participation from last year to this, and noting the actual number of students each percentage represents. And finally, here you can find the participation results for science. I want to bring to your attention that the 11th grade NJSLA science assessment is not a graduation assessment requirement. And because it is not a graduation assessment requirement, we saw a decline in student participation for this specific assessment at our high schools. The data in this next section highlights the percentage changes that we saw for all performance levels by grade, again, comparing last year and this year. Here we begin with ELA and the percentage changes for levels 1 and 2. Again, we want to see a decline in levels 1 and 2. Those cells which are highlighted in green indicate areas where Cherry Hill outperformed the state. Continuing with ELA, here you can find the percentage changes for levels 3 and 4. Students performing at level 4 are considered to be proficient based upon the ELA and mathematics performance levels. And finally here, you can see the ELA percentage changes for level 5, or those students who are performing in the exceeding expectations performance level. Moving on into the mathematics data for percentage changes for levels 1 and 2. Again, the green highlighted areas indicating those areas in which our district outperformed the state. Here you can find the same data for levels 3 and 4. Again, keeping in mind that level 4 is considered proficient. And concluding with level 5 for mathematics. Here you can find the science data for grades 5, 8, and 11. I just want to remind you again that the performance levels are different for science, and there are only 4. Levels 3 and 4 are considered proficient for science. And here you can see those levels 3 and 4. Moving into the final data section of our presentation, I will now share with you the proficiency percentages by subgroup, comparing the data from, again, 2022 to 2023. Here we begin with the ELA data by subgroup. I would like to highlight that we saw an increase from 2022 to 2023 in level 5, which is exceeding expectations in every subgroup. Here you can find the ELA data for subgroups comparable to all students. Again, please note that there was an increase in proficiency percentages for ELA from last year to this in every subgroup. Moving on to the mathematics data by subgroup, I would like to highlight that we saw an increase from last year to this in level 5 in all but one subgroup. And we also saw an increase in level 4 in all but one subgroup as well. Similarly to ELA, when comparing our subgroups to all students, we also saw an increase in all subgroups from 2022 to 2023. And finally, the science data by subgroup. I want to note, any column or cell that you may find with an asterisk identifies that there were 10 or less students who fell into that group or category, and therefore that data is not presented. And finally, our science percentages. This data has been shared, not only the science, but both ELA and math as well, with our schools, and we are currently developing plans to address the areas of need that we are finding. Here we move into the data for subgroups, which includes the data for our English learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. For ELA, our data remained the same from 22 to 23 for our English learners, and we saw an increase in performance for the other two subgroups. Here you will find the same data for these subgroups that we just discussed, but for mathematics. However, for mathematics, we saw an increase in performance in all three subgroups. And finally, the science data for our English learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. For our English learners, the data is not reported because, as I just mentioned, there are less than 10 students in this subgroup. However, for the other two subgroups, we saw an increase in performance from 22 to 23. Now that I have shared the data with you, I would like to share a few highlights from the spring 2023 administration of NJSLA. First, our participation was over 95% in each grade level, except for science grade 11, which we discussed. Next, as a district, we saw an increase in performance on the ELA assessment in reading informational standards, which was an area we focused on during the 2022-2023 school year, so last school year, based upon last year's NJSLA 2022 results. For ELA, the district average for students who were meeting expectations is above the state average in every grade tested, which is 3 through 9. In math, the district average for students who were meeting expectation, again, is above the state average in every grade or content area, with the exception of geometry. And for science, the district average for students who were proficient is above the state in every grade tested, which is 5, 8, and 11. Finally, I would like to share with you ways in which we are beginning to respond to this NJSLA data. For ELA, we are isolating specific standards that were identified as areas of need based upon not only last year, but now also this year's results. The literacy coaches, technology coaches, colleague teachers, and myself have begun to meet with professional learning communities, or PLCs, and individual teachers to provide strategies and instructional resources to the areas that we have identified. For math, we are continuing with our targeted professional development with Great Minds. We are also using Eureka Equip at the elementary level, which is a pre-assessment that is administered prior to starting a new unit in math and provides the teachers with possible gaps that students have going into the unit so they can provide them with targeted instruction. Our math coaches are also meeting with teachers during PLCs to, again, provide strategies and instructional resources to address the standards that we have already identified, not only from last year's data, but also from this year's data. And finally, for science, we are identifying those standards as well, where our students are in need of improvement, and we are working with the teachers and our new math science supervisors to provide the teachers with resources and instructional strategies for science also. So this concludes our presentation for this evening. Questions?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the overview of the data. I do have a few questions tonight, just sort of at the high level, the broad strokes, with the anticipation there will be further discussion in CNI in November, once board members have a chance to really fully digest what we've been presented tonight. So I want to start with the elementary students, and looking at the data on slides 5 and 6, it looks to me like last year's 4th graders, who would then be this year's 5th graders, they look like they're still struggling. And with the after effects of the pandemic disruption. So I wanted to ask what supports have been added to assist them this year, because I'm a little bit concerned about them as they make that jump, that transition to middle school, that they'll be prepared to access the middle school curriculum.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the instructional coaches, as well as the colleague teachers and the math coaches, have all started working within the data that was provided to us very recently from spring 2023. And what we have actually done is gone in and identified the standards in grade 4 and 5, because it was very glaring, not only for ELA, but also for mathematics, that there was a decline in grades 4 and 5 in some areas. So we identified what those areas are, and then we also identified where they fall within our curriculum map. And one of the conversations we're having is, what can we do proactively? So if you know that this specific standard, your students did not perform well on last year, what instructional strategies did you use to teach it? And in what ways can we better prepare ourselves as teachers so that we can then in turn provide better instruction to our students? So there's a ton of conversations. So the standards that you're referring to in grades 4 and 5 have already been targeted, and it's not a blanket statement or a blanket target for the entire district. So we receive these reports by school. So what we're actually doing is going in by school, because some grade 4, standards at a certain school, students might have performed well on them, but at another school, they did not. So how can we provide better support to the teachers and better equip our teachers to instruct within that standard?
That's really excellent to hear, because that's something we've been discussing as a board over and over again. How do we target assistance to the students that need it the most, wherever those students are? So it's really excellent to hear that you're able to break the data down in that way and target assistance specifically to those kids. And I mean, I don't mean to say anything other than, this is a nationwide problem. This is a problem we're seeing everywhere. It's not just Cherry Hill, that these kids, this cohort of kids in late elementary school who were disrupted in early elementary school, we're still seeing the reverberations of that. And we will continue to see that. So I'm really happy that we're being proactive on giving them the support they need before they make that jump to the next level in 6th grade. So thank you for that.
And just a little background information, my training is in reading. I'm a reading specialist. And so it's been extremely helpful to have the math coaches we have several more math coaches at the elementary level. So they have been a definite help as far as helping me to understand the curriculum more. I can help them dive into the data, but they understand the curriculum part of it more, and they have been an excellent support to the schools.
That's really great to hear. As the board remembers, the math coaches were something that were suggested to us by the administration last year, and the board thankfully agreed that we were going to put those into the budget. So those math coaches were implemented, I believe, this September. So this testing was done in the spring before the math coaches were there. So now what we have is the results from the state, as well as the new math coaches that have just started in September to hopefully impact the scores that we're seeing. So please continue to update us on the effectiveness of the math coaches, because if there's something that's really working, we need to know that so we can continue to support that budgetarily. So I appreciate that. My question about middle school is really about the 8th graders who take the 8th grade math course. And this was a question that I raised last year because I continue to worry about them as a cohort. So I understand that some 8th graders take 8th grade math, some take Algebra 1, which is now Eureka Algebra, and some of them take geometry. But when we look at the 8th graders who are taking 8th grade math in that particular exam, we do have a district goal this year and a milestone of achievement around readiness for algebra. So our goal was that 8th graders by the end of middle school would be ready to demonstrate that they are able to be prepared for high school for Algebra 1. So what can we do to help assist our 8th graders taking that particular class so that when they get to, again, it's the same question about transition, when they get to that next level, that Algebra 1 in high school, they're ready to access that curriculum?
So that question might be a little bit larger than me. However, I will tell you that one way in which we are addressing that. So I have met at every middle school so far, and at every grade level so far, I have met with, along with the math coach, I have met with all the math teachers to look at this data and to identify the areas for grade 8 specifically, because that has consistently been an area of need. So how can we make sure that, again, the teachers are better equipped to ensure that the students are ready for, grade 9 and moving up to Algebra 1, and are there any gaps within our curriculum in which there are standards that need to be focused on for a longer period of time that the students are going to see when they enter Algebra 1? So I will tell you that that work has already been started and it is in place. Diving into, as I said, my background is in reading. So I don't want to speak too much about mathematics, but I will tell you that the data work has already been done. And those questions about how can we better support our 8th grade students moving into high school in Algebra 1 is definitely already a conversation that started.
That's excellent. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Morton.
Yeah, and if I could just jump in as well. So I think to go back again to the budget allocation. So you spoke about the effectiveness of mathematics coaches. So as we look at the articulation of our students as they ascend from elementary up to middle schools, we understand that there are some students who are able to take Algebra 1 geometry and high level mathematics in middle school, others who do not, based upon where they're performing. So we hope to be able to impact students as they move up and move on so that more students have an opportunity to be challenged earlier, as opposed to having to take Algebra 1 in high school. With that being said, I think, something I think that has to be noted as well, 8th grade mathematics, if you look at the change from levels 1 and 2, there was nearly a 20% decrease there, which is positive for us. That means children are moving up. That speaks to growth that students are making. And there was about a 13% increase
in 4 and 5.
Yeah, in levels 4 and 5,
Mhm.
which is a positive trajectory for us. And that's focused, targeted intervention and supports.
No, definitely. And I think the middle school scores generally, again, broad strokes, I felt like all the middle schools were moving in the right direction. As I looked across ELA, math and science, all the middle schools seem to be going that 8th grade math, that particular cohort, as you follow them forward, taking Algebra 1 and 9th, geometry and 10th, like I just want to make sure that we're focusing on those kids too, because it's when you look at the differences between 8th graders taking geometry and 8th graders taking Algebra 1 and 8th graders taking 8th grade math, I think we need to support all the different cohorts of kids and meet them where they are. Do you guys know, this may not be a question, what percentage of 8th graders take the different math courses? I think last year it was 40% of 8th graders took 8th grade math.
Yeah, I can get that information for you. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. No, in my mind, I just feel like I'm really proud of all of our kids, and I'm really proud of the progress the 8th graders taking 8th grade math made, and I'm excited about that. But I also feel like we need to look at all the 8th graders and meet them where they are individually so they're ready for those higher levels of math. And that sort of leads into the next question, which is about high school math as we're jumping the levels. I think the high school geometry scores were the ones that I'd like to focus in on. Right now, we have curricular consistency between kindergarten and Algebra 1. Everybody's doing Eureka or Eureka squared, and soon everybody will be doing Eureka squared. So I'm hoping to see positive movement as everything comes into alignment in that direction. But what about our geometry course? Do we need to look at that and evaluate the effectiveness of that curriculum, or what do we think is the causation for the geometry scores that we saw?
Yeah, I think this is a stay tuned for November 6th conversation where we do a deeper dive, where we really do a root cause analysis as to where we are. Definitely opportunities for growth and improvement with our geometry scores. So we're reflecting and doing that analysis now, and we'll have more pertinent information and specific information to share on the 6th.
And just a reminder that geometry data is not only our high school students, so that could be our 8th grade students as well who are in geometry.
No, I understand that, but when
Yeah.
I'm looking at the scores, well, we can take a look at it definitely in November and get into it, because that's definitely a bigger question about who's taking the geometry exam and who's taking the Algebra 2 exam. Those were some questions that I had, but like I said, we're going to go into that further next month. The next couple questions I have are really just sort of big picture, sky high overview questions. Statewide, I think if you look at the science scores, everybody's struggling to meet the academic standards in science. It's not just a Cherry Hill thing. If you look at the percentages for the state as well, they seem that a lot of kids are struggling with that exam. So what can we do to further support student success in science? And I know that now we have the Open SciEd curriculum in the middle level, I think for all 3 grades. So is there anything else that the board needs to think about how we can better support science instruction so that our kids can be successful?
Yeah, I think that, science results in where we are, specific strands where students have struggled or where there may be misalignment within, a curriculum is something that is being explored as well. That's part of a conversation, I think, for November 6th in terms of a deeper dive, specifically with schools and where students are experiencing the most difficulty. So I don't want to provide a surface level response right now. I think it needs a more thorough answer.
I appreciate that. And I remember Ms. Staffen, I don't know if she's here tonight, but she also was explaining to me that, our science curriculum, we also think about that you need to be able to read informational text to do science. And that's something they were looking at across different subject areas, including ELA, to support that work, which would then lead into more successful science.
And to follow up on that, I did just, when I had meetings with my middle school ELA teachers, we included both the science and social studies teachers because there is that cross-content kind of area of focus. And there were very candid, collegial conversations that took place. So that work is starting and is already happening.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I could probably, I know it's late and I could probably go on forever, but knowing that we're going to have this conversation further in committee. And I think at that point in November, what I'd like to see is a more robust conversation about further targeting supports to students who need them wherever school that they're in, and also discussion about extra supports that our Title I schools receive and how that's being implemented to support those particular students in those schools. And then the bigger picture, I think for me, and I presume to speak for my colleagues, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is how can the board support your efforts? Because for us, that's what it comes down to. What can we do? You are the educational experts. You know how to best support instruction to help make our students successful. I am surely not the expert in that. But if there's anything that we can do to support you budgetarily, in any other way, just please let us know, because that's what we're here to do. Thank you so much, Ms. Holmgren, for the overview tonight. I really appreciate all the work that you've done on this. I know it's an immense amount of data, and it was
I
a
have to
very
give
short turnaround.
My counterpart, Nora, she's the data guru, so I have to give her credit
Thank
as
you.
well.
Thank you so much. I know that this data is a lot and it came late, and then you had to present quickly. So I do appreciate the amount of effort and the turnaround that was put into this presentation for the board tonight. It was excellent. Thank you. Do any other board members have questions? Ms. Stern.
I know tonight's a high-level overview. So in preparation for November 6th, regarding the presentation we received from Allison Staffen twice, Mrs. Staffen actually, I think, about the realignment of the curriculum with the standards. If we could just get an update on that, if that's work has been completed, and if so, I'm assuming that may be part of the root cause analysis, what the root cause intervention, right? If our curriculum is not aligned with the standards, then our kids are not going to know what's being tested on. So if we could just get an update, that would be really helpful. And then also, as we're thinking about interventions and next steps, we always want to look at measurable, right? So I think what's a realistic, measurable expectation, and in what time frame? Because obviously, the testing happens once a year. It's not a lot. And also change tends to happen over longer periods of time. We need to know we're moving in the right direction. And we can see from some of the even percentages in 1 year, a 13% jump, that's a significant improvement. So I think the areas where we're either not seeing that improvement or we're actually seeing a decrease, we definitely want to know, not only the interventions, but also what are the expected outcomes realistically over time and timeframes for those. So.
Ms. Holmgren, I'm going to jump in. I just want to clarify that our curriculum is currently aligned with the standards. The presentations that Ms. Staffen has shared are discussing the revision of the current ELA and math standards that will be forthcoming. Information has come from the Department of Education, giving us guidance now on what the changes are in the standards, which will give us a platform to be able to revise our curriculum to meet the newly revised standards. But currently, and based on the data that you just saw, our curriculum is aligned to the current standards that are in place by the New Jersey Department of Education.
Does any other board member have any questions? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Thank you for the presentation, as always. And obviously, we still don't have enough time to go through it and look forward to an in-depth discussion in CNI. I just want to understand, and I think you already said this, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page, that with regard to whatever supports the staff determines are appropriate to address observed deficiencies, that those supports can and will be directed at the student level. So if 90% of the students in a particular grade happen to be at any one or two schools or on any one or other side of Cherry Hill, right? That the supports go to where the students need it the most. It doesn't make any difference. It's not about two students at this school get the support, so now we need to find two students at another school to get the support. It's who needs it most. Those are the students that get it. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, can you please clarify your question? I believe
Yeah,
I
I
have a
mean,
response, but-
simply the question is, if it's determined that certain students would most benefit from supports that are available, that those supports will be given to them at the student level, as opposed to flooding supports to a particular school. It should be at the student level, right? So if 10 students are identified that are slipping and that need more support, those 10 students are the ones that get the support. And it doesn't matter what school they attend. It's it's just at the student level as opposed to at the school level.
So yes and no. We always try to meet students where they are and to provide appropriate interventions and resources to support them academically. However, as you are aware with our budget process, there's certain things that we have in all of our schools. Every school has a guidance counselor, every school has a nurse, every school has a principal. Every school does not have a basic skills instructor. So if you're asking me in terms of how do we budget across the district to ensure that resources are aligned, I think that's a larger question than this evening. We have already talked about, and I have shared previously, the text with you, Leading for Equity, which talks about red and green schools and how districts allocate funds to support schools and to provide resources to the schools in the district which are in high need of support and who could demonstrate additional academic growth and support.
Okay, good, and thank you. So, and that's another element of the conversation, that none of this is in a vacuum, right? It's not all CNI, it's not all academic support, but that goes hand in hand with budgetary support to ensure that the district as a whole is in the best possible position to meet all of those needs. So thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Ms. Elmore Stratton.
Not really a question, just thank you for the presentation at a high level, and I'm excited for us to talk about it in CNI, especially when Dr. Rude loves data, so I'm sure he'll come with lots more questions for us to talk about. And then it just made me think of one of the things that I believe it was Brad Johnson said this week to the staff teams is there's standardized tests, but there's no standard or standardized student. So I think we should all keep that in mind as we go into the deeper dive and we start to look at what's happening across the board. But we still should be preparing to be at the table budget time to provide whatever resources are needed so that the educators can do some targeted interventions if necessary.
Dr. Root.
Of course, I want to talk about data. Just so I've said it before, I hate these data. It was excellently presented. I just don't like the way the state formats it. It's like it's only just marginally helpful. You expect with that many numbers for some numbers to go up and some down. You have different kids in different grades. It's a different year. So you expect some cohort, some fourth grades to be a little bit better or a little worse than the year before. That's going to be normal and going to happen. But what I think is really promising is that there are so many instances where where like the numbers have increased up a level. And that's great if they're at the 4s and 5s, but like, I think Dr. Morton, you mentioned the going from 1 to 2, that those percentages were so big, and that's really special. Like, that means that the kids that are struggling the most are making really good progress. And that to me is a piece of evidence that things that are going on, whether it's the math coaches or the different ELA, the different things that we're doing are making a difference. Plus the fact that so many of the values have gone up means that like there's some resilience. Kids are starting to bounce back from the pandemic, and that the interventions that you guys are doing are starting to make good things happen. So that's what the data says to me, just in a brief glance. But like I said, these numbers aren't always very helpful. What I think the best part of what this data, like the data that you have, is that you're able to go and do that deeper dive into specific curriculum areas. And so I guess the real meat of what I wanted to say is, when we do have that curriculum committee meeting and discuss this as a smaller group and then have the larger discussion in November, it would be really helpful if there are, I know it's a short time frame, so whatever examples of like specific targeted curriculum areas that were deficits that we have, started coming up with interventions for, or that you've been thinking about from when you got the data till when we discuss the data next. Those kind of nuggets of like specific anecdotal examples and specific, like those are pieces of evidence for us to kind of really work with and see like where and how we can improve things. So I would just ask for that as much as possible, when we get to those meetings. But overall, I know we have work to do, but I think that our teachers can definitely take pride in the fact that they're doing a good job, and that there's things are moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Any other board members have questions at this time? Great. So what I would like to do, if everybody agrees, is that as you look through this more, because we only got our hands on this weekend as well, I know it's a lot to process. If board members wouldn't mind sending their questions to me, that way I can collate them and we can do some work making sure that we know what we want to ask going into that November meeting, because we only get an hour a month and it's not even all the months of the year. So I want to make sure it's a really good, productive hour for CNI, because this is one of the, I really feel like standardized test scores aren't everything, and I don't hang my hat on them for all things. There's so much more to growing a wonderful student than these scores, and I don't want to be reductionist and reduce them to that. But by the same token, they do tell us something. To me, it's like taking the temperature of what's going on, and we take that temperature once a year, right? So, any questions that you guys have, please filter them to me. I will then go through those questions. I'll discuss them with the CNI liaisons and hoping to have a productive discussion. And then I'll report that back out so that you all know what's going on, and especially interface with the members of the BNF committee. I'm looking at you, Adam, because the next step of this is then how do we actualize the things that we hear out of CNI into budget requests going forward, because that's going to be upon us sooner rather than later. So if that sounds good to everybody. Excellent. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to Ms. Holmgren. Thank you to Ms. Molden, the entire CNI team for this presentation tonight. We appreciate it. So just really quickly, because I feel like I've used up all my allotted time and a half already. The other things we talked about at CNI in October, we had some books to review, including Lessons in Chemistry, which Ms. Stern is eagerly reading. And I read and I thought was fabulous, and Kiss Paper Cuts Goodbye, which is for the AAPI course. So I'm excited about that. We had a dissertation project proposal. It's on the agenda tonight. We talked about fall testing for NJGPA and PSAT. PSAT testing is actually tomorrow at the high school level. I only know this because my freshman told me he definitely doesn't have to go to school. Told him he definitely does. And Dr. Mahan gave us an update on the family life notification process and the American Rescue Plan. And then we actually had time for public comment, which was pretty awesome because usually our committee is pretty packed with things. So it was nice to hear from members of the public. And that is all I have for CNI committee.
And I think we then are going to ask you to move the action items, right? Right?
Excellent. Yes.
Mrs. Sugars?
Mrs. Sugars, keep us on track.
We're not used to having this combined meeting. I'm sorry, it only happens once a year, so, right, thank you.
The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 13.2, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for the 23-24 school year. 13.3, approval of out-of-district student placements for the 22-23 school year. 13.4, approval of out-of-district student placement for 23-24 school year. 13.5, approval of professional service agreements for the 23-24 school year. 13.6, resolution approving professional service agreements between the Cherry Hill Board of Education and Southern New Jersey Perinatal Cooperative for the 23-24 school year. 13.7, resolution approving professional service agreements between the Cherry Hill Board of Education and Catapult Learning LLC for the 23-24 school year for nursing at Pollitt's Day School. 13.8, Camden County Educational Services Commission for IDEA Part B funding. 13.9, resolution approving professional service agreements between the Cherry Hill Board of Education and Catapult Learning LLC for the 23-24 school year for Title I at Kelman Brown Academy. And 13.10, resolution to approve research study. Do I have a second? Ms. Fleischer, do any board members have questions? Excellent. Ms. Sugars, please open the voting.
Ms. Sugars, I'd like to abstain from 13.8, please.
Okay, the motion carries.
Great, thank you. Mr. Greenbaum, will you give a high-level overview of the business and facilities meeting report out from our committee meeting from October 3rd?
Thank you. We have a lot of good information to share out. I will try to speed run this because it has been a long evening. So first we had a review of transportation waiver policy. This is a new policy that focuses on preschool expansion to try to reduce transportation costs based on families that don't need to utilize busing. We still need to define criteria and timeline for reinstating transportation for those who opt out. And we're looking into whether there are ways to incentivize parents who do not require transportation to complete a waiver. We looked at a timeline for input from the board and administration for the 2024-2025 budget calendar. And a potential need is identified for an additional board meeting in March, pending the timeline for the release of state aid figures. Next, we reviewed Safe Routes to Schools grant application. This is something the township is doing. The township is applying for a grant which would provide for sidewalks along Covered Bridge Road, Crescent Road, and Brace Road to provide safer pedestrian access to Malberg, Knight, Johnson, and Rosa. There's no financial obligation to the district. The district had no input on the areas selected for the application, but the township is asking for a board-approved resolution and letters of support from the principals of the schools that would be affected. Mrs. Sugars provided a review of the bond cost tracking spreadsheet that provided more detail concerning the spreadsheets used to track purchase orders associated with bond referendum spending and how they tie into the district's financial accounting software program. And the committee discussed the most useful format for sharing this financial information with the public on the district's website, and will continue to review bond spending information quarterly as projects continue. I'll do a real high-level summary of referendum projects updated. Finished work continues on several roofing projects that are expected to reach substantial completion in early November. High School East Stadium improvements are expected to begin after the last home football game. At Payne, new playground equipment has been installed. Poured-in-place surface paving are expected to take place this week, weather permitting. Melberg Playground is completed with a few punch list items still being taken care of this week. And very excited on the agenda tonight, APR bids have been accepted accepted and selected and will be voted on tonight in 14.6. A big thank you to Mrs. Sugars, her team, and Garrison Architects for providing a detailed breakdown comparing the selected bid to estimates so we could better understand the scope of the work and give a point of reference how this fits into our budget. And excited to see that the bid for the APRs for these 6 schools came in almost $1 million under budget, thanks to economies of scale and combining the work. And lastly, I'm going to mention this because we're voting on it tonight. The district received a Trees for Schools grant that's for replacing trees across the district. We're voting on that in item 14.11. This may be discussed further in strategic planning or not, but I think we could all agree planting more trees across the schools is a good thing. Are there any questions on BNF report out? Yes, Ms. Stern.
I know it's late, but I think it's worth repeating. The all-purpose room bids that have come in for our bond referendum projects have come in $1 million below estimate, which is really significant. So huge kudos to our team. It's just reassurance of the great team that we have, Mrs. Sugars and Garrison, New Road, all the folks that you're working with. So really appreciate that. Over the years, the district has removed trees due to the need to maintain trees having, I guess, disease, safety reasons. It's okay. So it's nice to see we now have outside funding, not from ourselves, but from a grant that we received to replace those trees. And the safe schools, I think, we talked about this in BNF, just to reiterate what you said, I think it bears repeating. We're supporting the township in their efforts to create safer corridors for students to walk. However, the application, the award, the grant has nothing to do with our specific input. We're simply just, the townships will often support our grants and we will support the township grants because it makes the grant application a stronger application. And it's the right thing to do, and we want to have more sidewalks. But where they're placed and with the decisions made about that, obviously, that's something on the township side. So just to kind of clarify the separation of those processes. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions on BNF report out? Okay, well, guess it's time to move the BNF action agenda. So the acting superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 14.2, approval of minutes from meeting minutes and executive session on September 12th, 2023. 14.3, approval of minutes from regular meeting minutes and executive session minutes dating September 26th, 2023. 14.4, financial reports. 14.5, resolutions. 14.6, resolutions for the award of bids. 14.7, resolution for the award of transportation. 14.8, resolution authorizing competitive contracting for the procurement of construction testing and inspection services. 14.9, approval of budget calendar for the 2024-2025 school year. 14.10, resolution supporting submission of a grant application by Cherry Hill Township under the Safe Routes to School program as funded by the U.S. Department of Transportation. 14.11, resolution for acceptance of grant, Trees for Schools grant. 14.12, approval of Cherry Hill, McKinney, Vento, DCP, and P students going out of district for the 2023-2024 school year. And 14.13, acceptance of donations. Do I have a second? Mr. Mayor, any questions on these items? Okay, seeing no questions, Mrs. Sugars, please open the voting.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and was it unanimous vote, if you could just clarify?
Yes.
Thank you, okay. All right, and now we move on to HR. Mrs. Elmore Stratton, can you please share information from the HR committee meeting, whatever you're allowed to, and then move the agenda, please?
Sure. Everything was private as per usual, but I will say that the HR team, Ms. Lieber, is leading that team to continue with recruitment. And that she actually also got a report from SAC office that there's an uptick of high school students that have actually gone into SAC to try to get part-time jobs. So I wish I could have gave that plug when there was a bunch of students here, but it's still open, and anybody should share that information so that we can get more people in SAC, if we can have more staff in SAC. So other than that, there's not much else I can share publicly. Am I missing anything? Any questions? Ms. Lieber, I'm good. All righty. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. Oh, hold on. Oh. Guys, I'm tired. 15.2, termination of employment certificated. 15.3, termination of employment non-certificated. 15.4, certificated appointments. 15.5, appointments non-certificated. 15.6, leaves of absence certificated. 15.7, leaves of absence non-certificated. 15.8, assignment salary change, non. 15.9, approval of new and revised job descriptions. 15.10, other compensation certificated. 15.11, other motions. Do I have a second? Dr. Rude, any questions? No, great. Seeing none, Ms. Sugars.
Okay, the motion carries.
Is it unanimous, Mrs. Sugars? Yes. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Moving on to policy and legislation. Mrs. Fleischer, can you please update us on the October policy and legislation meeting and move the agenda as well?
I would be happy to. I also just want to make a quick note that the Phillies are winning in the bottom of the seventh, 8-0 in the second game. So, okay, now I'll go back to the regularly scheduled program here. All right, so our policy and legislation committee, we had we had the legislative update with that Mrs. Weddington had given. We actually, our first, let me just bring this up real fast. On first reading this month, we have the policy P3217 and P4217. It was the use of corporal punishment. We had brought it up for first reading a few times. Mr. Green had really helped revise the wording and tried to find a happy medium between the old wording that some committee members had requested to keep and the new mandated wording updates. So we are using the updated policy that he created, and everyone on the committee and everyone who had been questioning Mr. Greenbaum, who used to be on the committee, everyone was in agreement that they felt comfortable with this. The third first policy that is up tonight is reporting potential missing or abused children. Mrs. Wethington, I'm sorry to call on you this late, but can you explain exactly with the CUSAC and what we had to do with that policy?
There are no substantive changes to the policy. When we rolled our policies over into Strauss Esme many years ago, this was a policy that we missed and never updated. So we're just updating it to be compliant, and then we'll have to present this policy when we're monitored via QSAC.
Thank you very much. So those are the only first three first readings for this month. The second readings are ones obviously we brought up before. That will be on our second reading. It's P2417 school threat assessment teams, and then P5513 care of school property, and then P8550 unpaid meal changes, outstanding foods service charges. The only other thing we talked about is that at some point very soon, at the end of October, we have to do, each school is completing right now, they're in the midst of completing HIB self-assessments. This has to be done by the state and requested by the state, then it gets turned into the district. And then, Mrs. Wellington, is there anything else specific you want to bring up about that? I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you'll see those in November.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think then that is all we pretty much spoke about. Again, like what C and I had, we were able to get through the agenda and have some nice public comments. So we were very happy with that. Then that's the end of the report. So I will move. Are there any questions from any of the committee members about what I just spoke about? Yes, Mr. Greenbaum.
I just wanted to say thank you for incorporating my input into some of these policies. Although I'm not on the committee anymore, we had some passionate discussions, and I definitely appreciate you reaching out. So thank you.
Thank you for everybody. It's always great to be working as a team. So thank you for continuing to work, even though you're not on the committee. I appreciate it. Okay, seeing no other questions, then I'm going to move the policy and legislation. The superintendent recommends, and I move the policy. Oh my gosh. Superintendent recommends, this is why I have it printed. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. There we go. I gotta find it again. 16.1 committee meeting report out from October 2nd, 2023, provided by myself and Mrs. Wethington. 16.2 approval of harassment, intimidation, bullying, investigation decisions. 16.3 first reading of policies. And the first readings were again P3217, P4217, P8462, and then also 16.4, the second reading of policies, P2419, P5513, and P8550. Do I have a second? Mrs. Stern. Any questions? You have a question, Mrs. Elmer Stratton? Yes.
Sorry. For 16.2, are those, usually it says the date that they were listened to. Is there a date on those? When we had those?
I think they are from the last meeting, because
the last meeting.
September 22nd. Is that?
yeah, because the date, the incident report dates are on this. It's not when it was brought up, but normally it's the meeting prior.
Okay.
This is
The
not-
ones, this from
The
last.
ones,
Okay.
the HIB investigation decisions that we are approving tonight, Mrs. Elmer Stratton asked, when were those brought up? Is that what we approved last meeting?
You always approve them a meeting behind, so they're from September.
Thank you. I thought that, but usually it says the date, so thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, can you open up the voting? Thank you.
Mrs. Sugars, I need to abstain from 16.3 and 16.4.
I need to abstain from 16.2.
He's too busy looking at the Philly score. It's 10 zip. in case you guys are wondering.
Exactly. They just got two more
While Jen
runs.
was talking, they scored 2 more runs.
Oh, my goodness.
We're just lucky. They are doing great.
The motion,
Are we good?
we're good. Motion carries,
Motion carries and unanimous, yes?
other than the exceptions noted for abstentions, yes.
Other than, okay, thank you. All right, excellent. And we move on to Mr. Mayor. Can you please update us on the October Strategic Planning Committee meeting?
Actually, I can't.
Briefly.
Because I was not here on that day. I was out training, resiliency training for public schools teachers in Illinois. But in my absence, Dr. Rude was happy to run the meeting, so I'm going to ask Dr. Rude to give the incredibly brief update.
Brief. Mr. Greenbaum's over here putting away his charger. Take that back out. And for the record, I was looking at the report that I was supposed to talk about, but I do hope that the Phillies win just so that everybody around me doesn't lose their collective minds. So, but 10-0 this, let me get to the report. We talked about three things in particular. Let me start with options. So for a demographic plan, so we're going to be revisiting the, it doesn't say it on there, but the GRIP study, I believe, looking at demographics of the district. There were a bunch of options that we were looking at, including doing a base study with an in-person presentation. So Dr. Grip will come and talk to us about the data. We'll do projections by school. So that's projections of number of students. We'll do student geocoding. That's figuring out where the populations of students are located in town and then a housing turnover analysis, which looks at kind of the change in demographics over time, gives us a little bit of like where we think things are going. And then finally, there's a redistricting and attendance boundary option that can be considered at a later date and time. We talked about that not really being something that we need right now, but we have the option after we review the initial study to go back and ask for that if we are interested in looking at an analysis about boundaries and redistricting. So that was the first thing. The board doesn't have to take any action. This is already underway, or at least we are already planning to do this. Mrs. Sugars, do you know when the study is going to begin?
We're in the process of approving the purchase order, so once we get that done, I will reach out to Dr. Griff and find out.
Okay, thank you. Next order of business was we communicated about communication. So the district is going to be performing a communications audit. So we have an outside firm that's going to be doing this audit for us, and they're going to look at a really comprehensive look at all aspects of the district. We're going to be hearing from stakeholder groups. We're going to be hearing from, there's going to be opportunities for student voice, for community members to, and for all of us to be able to kind of talk about and what the district could do to improve different elements of communication. I know things that we ask questions about, well, they going to take a look at the website? Yes. Are they going to take a look at how effective our communication is going out to parents? Yes. They're going to look at a lot of different elements. And there'll be, like I said, there'll be stakeholder focus groups and all of that kind of stuff. So this is an excellent opportunity for everybody that has said, oh, communication's terrible in Cherry Hill. Well, now's your opportunity to really provide feedback so that we can put this all together and kind of have an opportunity to have somebody look at all for us, because we all know that there's so little time in the day. So here's an opportunity for somebody to come in and help us with this problem of where are there gaps in our communication and help us fill those gaps. So I think this is a really great opportunity. Once it starts, which I think, process will likely start in December, take about 17 to 18 weeks. Lynn, thank you for taking, Ms. Sugars, thank you for taking such great notes. It always makes it so easy. To take about 17 to 18 weeks. And that's it for that. Then we briefly, I updated the committee about sustainability initiatives. This meeting was on October 5th. On October, I think it was the 7th. This was Tuesday. Then on Thursday, I had the sustainability meeting. So I'll just add on to this that things are moving forward. There's an awful lot on Dr. Morales's shoulders. Albert Morales from Rosa is the chair of the Climate Change and Sustainability Committee, and he's shouldering a lot of the work right now. I brought this up at our meeting, but I'll reiterate because the next meeting was the same. We're having it's real difficult to get people at the meeting. So we only had, other than me, there were 3 committee members, and then there was a student from West. So that's somewhere where I think some help's going to be needed. In sustainability, as Mr. Greenbaum mentioned, we got a sizable grant to plant trees in the district. I don't know if we're actually replacing the specific ones cut down, Ms. Stern, but kudos to our grounds team, building grounds team, for finding those opportunities to improve our grounds through this grant funding. Finally, let me see, in new business, we talked about LED lighting and rebates, and are there rebate opportunities or grant opportunities through some of our providers like PSC&G. Public comment, there are questions about the demographic study and the tree planting. And I am at it's not on here, which I'm really disappointed, but I'm pretty sure that somebody said at the end of the meeting that, wow, when Dr. Root is here, chairing the meeting, we finish on time. So.
It's too late for me to respond to that.
And so that's it. The superintendent doesn't recommend anything. So let's end this thing and bust a move.
Well said. Thank you for that great report. So that quickly moves us to 10-0 and new business. Is there any new business? No new business. Okay, I am going to mention one old business item. Anybody else have any before I go ahead? This is old business, and it's really just a quick update for anyone who is still hanging on, and there's a few people still hanging on and listening, and also for the entire community. Very excited to say that the hard work of the results from the HYA, which is our firm who is leading, our national firm who is leading our superintendent search. They have completed their surveys and focus groups and all of the information gathering from community members on characteristics of kind of a desired characteristics of leadership and leadership profile report. The executive summary and the results of the survey will be published on our website for all to see. Whoever is interested is more than welcome to please take a look. That should go up on our website. I believe that's supposed to go up tomorrow. In addition to that, on the website will be the list of desired successor superintendent characteristics for Cherry Hill Public Schools, which means that they've taken all the data collected from all the focus groups and their surveys, et cetera. Not only synthesize the data, but now they actually have a list of what we're looking for in our next superintendent. We had a meeting today in exec to discuss all this. The board has agreed to move forward with this list with we made some changes and addendums. their edits, and this will also be posted. This will be part of the job posting as well. So we are moving exactly on schedule for our superintendent search. That's really as much as I can share with the public about it. I'm excited. I think we're absolutely on the right track, and I thank the board for participating in this process in the way that you all have. That's my old business. Any other old business? Seeing none, let's move right along to our second and final public comment. I am going to quickly say that if you'd like to speak during the second public comment, please raise your hand or come to the podium. Please state your name and your municipality. We'll alternate between speakers in the room and those who are online. Each person has a maximum of 3 minutes. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the community to comment on matters relevant to the operations of Cherry Hill Public School District or within the authority of Cherry Hill Board of Education. The board welcomes diverse opinions on relevant matters under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums. Statements which demean individual community members or community groups or other groups or which are irrelevant to the operations of the school district or repetitive will not be permitted. Also want to add in the reminder to please not use student names or individual names. If community members who would like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the superintendent, acting superintendent, board president, all board members via email or alternative means. And we will start with the room.
Alani Harris, Cherry Hill. I had items for first public comment. I understand that first public comment was changed and you announced it at the meeting. And you voted on these items, and I couldn't speak about it before because you cut off public comment before everyone had a chance to speak who wanted to speak. If it had been announced at the beginning that it was only going to be for a certain amount of time, I would have made sure to stand in line sooner. So if there's ever a change to public comment, if you could make that announcement for whatever reason and however long, I understand tonight was special circumstances. I just wanted clarification. 13.9, the board approved funding to Kelman Brown Academy, and I understand that the district is a pass-through for money to private schools, but that private school is located in Voorhees Township. So why did the district approve money to Voorhees Township? 14.9, the calendar for the budget public hearing. That date is the 8th day of Passover when some people cannot be in attendance. So it's not open to all of the public. It's only open to some of the public. If you could look at a different date for the budget public hearing, I know that it has to fall within a certain time frame, but if a different date could be looked at. The test score information, I understand that a lot of students in the district have issues with math and need math help. My students aren't those students. They need ELA help. So what are you doing for ELA for those students? Have you heard anything about the preschool grant? Because I remember sitting in a meeting that if it was approved, there would be an 18-month timeframe to build additions to buildings. And I'm just thinking about when my youngest is old enough for preschool, will there be space for him? And I understand expanding preschool, but I think if you could take a look at the special ed classes that are offered throughout the elementary schools in the district, Carusi, Barton and Kilmer are the largest 2 elementary schools in the district and the only 2 elementary schools without any special ed classes. As a parent of students at Kilmer, I want my special ed student to go where his siblings go and not have to deal with 2 different calendars. I've worked really hard to make the relationships I have with the teachers in that building, and I want to be able to do that and not start over from scratch. Thank you.
Okay, and now we go on the line And there is a hand raised, and then the name is Shumaila, I believe, Shaikh or Sheik. I'm not sure if I said the name right. I apologize if I said it incorrectly. So if you could please state your name and your municipality.
Shemaila Sheikh. I'm in Cherry Hill. I've had I had a son go through Cherry Hill East and another daughter go through Cherry Hill High School West. I didn't get a chance to speak earlier tonight, although I was at the meeting for a very long time. I just want to just express concern. Nothing different that you heard earlier this evening. But I think it was all fueled by the additional district letter that went out, and it was one-sided. I've actually had a conversation with Dr. Morton since then also. I just it's when you side with one country or one side, it does give rise to a lot of insults that students may endure. Being of a Muslim faith myself, my son, went through the Cherry Hill school system, he was called a terrorist. He was called all different kinds of names going through that, and I foresaw that before the events that happened in Cherry Hill East. And also, I want to give a response to a student who came online by telephone earlier today. Also, I think there is an opportunity here for education, sensitivity training. From what I gathered, she said, and it could be my opinion also, but I've had conversations with other parents since then, and I think we're all in a consensus. Wearing a kufi was equated to siding with Hamas. Now, I believe that everybody did condemn the terrorist attacks. We all condemn terrorist attacks, but people who were wearing the kufis were supporting Palestinians everyday Palestinians who are in the crossfire of all this violence. And I think we can all agree, killing on this mass scale of any kind of sect is intolerable, and it's inhumane. And people, unfortunately, every day, people are caught in the middle of it. So I think that is the opportunity here to educate our high schoolers, our middle schoolers, our elementary schoolers, that if you have the right to wear yarmulke, the other person has a right to wear hijab, or the other person has a right to wear supporting his countrymen who are also being living in a war zone themselves. And I wear a hijab myself. My daughter wore a hijab all through part of middle school and all throughout high school. And I cannot even comprehend how a student was forced to take off her hijab. I would equate that to a hate crime, because that's a part of our identity. I just think it's unacceptable and I would like to know the repercussion of what happened after that. Because I also have a 6-year-old son who with special needs that goes to the elementary school here, and I picked up the phone and I called the principal and wanted to make sure that he was going to be safe as well, because he has special needs.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for your comments. You're at the end of your time. If you're always welcome to email if you'd like to make further comments. Thank you. We go back to the room. If you could please approach the podium and.
Yoni Yaris, Cherry Hill, gonna try to go in some relevant order. I'm gonna start with testing. The least controversial topic tonight. In terms of the science test, it's a terrible test. I don't think we need to bake too much into that. It's very hard to design a test for a subject where you do experiments, but then you're expected to answer A, B, C, and D questions about how you do things. The state even can't give relevant data. I was looking at over different sheets. It's atrocious. I wouldn't buy anything into it. In terms of the ELA and math testing, in my district, we use math testing throughout the year 3 times. To give exposure and give steady benchmarking as we go. So it's not just waiting for the delayed in stat that by the time we get it, our students, you can't make it actionable. It's so far away from when they took it. Other things have happened. I also recommend the district getting EdSite as a resource. Research study after research study shows when students are exposed to the style of question, not teaching for the test, but the style of how questions are asked on these assessments, they have shown to do better. So I highly recommend looking at that. I know I'm using it to design all my assessments for my students this year in my ELA classroom. Also, in terms of board meetings, when we have a large crowd, can we go back to exploring alternative spaces? This might be the world's worst one in the district for meetings. If we could go and use the high school auditoriums, West has 2 of them. I know we're in show season, so we're at a space contingency issue, but to explore more comfortable spaces. and such, because this building is lovely, but has its challenges. I also want to agree with my wife about if we can be more mindful when we have a public comment switch, so that those of us who are traditional attendees can still cover agenda items before they're voted on. And then going back to the major topic at hand tonight. The recent events have truly shown a need for our community to be proactive, not reactive. Our religious community should be consistently engaged as a key part of our school community. And Imam and a rabbi should not be brought in as a reaction. They should be there already. That we should have well established, they're part of the community, we're working with them. And it's embarrassing for me that clergy that I grew up with in this community, first time showing up to a board meeting is tonight. That's embarrassing. That we need to be fostering that much sooner and much faster so that we can work together. I think the tonight's meeting turned into a town hall, not a board meeting. And I think a town hall space or a community gathering would have been a much more effective manner to bring people together rather than having a one-sided conversation where thankfully things went well, but it was not the most conducive frame for doing so. I want to share, my dear friend from Rutgers is a Palestinian and is currently a councilman in Jersey City. And he and I have been having constant conversations about the turmoil and the embarrassment that we've seen from both of our communities. I am embarrassed as someone who wore kippah inside of East as a student for what took place. And I want to apologize. That is not what our community teaches. It's embarrassing. I fully condone that. That's not what we do in Cherry Hill. And I expect the board to hopefully come down and make some very strict changes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And we will now, oh, I'm sorry. We're trying to stay away from repetitiveness.
Yeah.
If you have something different to talk about.
I was just gonna say the Phillies score right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on one second, please. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so please approach the podium. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Sorry to make you wait.
No, you're good.
3 minutes. Go for it.
Appreciate
Name and municipality again, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. My name is Hazem Khalil from Burlington Township. Thank you again for having me. Again, I think it's still 10-0, top of the eighth. And I'll try and make this as quick as I can because I know you guys are, from what I've just sitting here for about 3 hours now, it shows that you guys are sincere. We all have somebody, I'm talking to you guys people to people, all right, person to person. We know when somebody's sincere, and it's when somebody continues even after it's required of them, you know, to continue and sitting down and talking about these things with the passion you guys are talking about them. So I really appreciate it. And I hope that you see that from myself, not even a member from Cherry Hill, to be sitting there. I kept looking back at the clock like when's, I could have went back to Chick-fil-A, came back here, sat down, got something. But I wanted to touch on, just shed some light on the emotions of some of the Muslim students that I'm still actually getting messages from even right now. To be clear again, I was a sub-regional coordinator of Young Muslims. It's a national grassroots organization, which I would cover actually from anything from Piscataway down to mosques down here in Cherry Hill, which I was previously the specific coordinator of the mosque in Cherry Hill. For the youth there, ages from 14 to 25. So we get involved in mentoring, how to, write a resume, how to treat your parents, how to be a good student, these type of things, right? And I think, so what I want to shed light on is the emotion that they're possibly feeling, not because you guys meant any wrong or harm by a letter that was sent. And I'm sure no, it's not that I'm sure. We've seen today how you guys are getting that on both sides. But what I wanted to really highlight is that the reason we see that it feels one-sided, at least from the Islamic standpoint as being a Muslim, is that in 2008, there was 1,300 Palestinians killed. In 2012, you had another 200. In 2014, which was, I was actually the first summer I was there as a teenager. I spent my whole summer there. There was 2,100 innocent Palestinians killed in bombings. And then there was also a blockade. This isn't the first time there's been a blockade on resources. There was a blockade then in ships, and the world kind of got together to send some resources. But so this has happened repeatedly over and over again. And we haven't heard, any condemnation of the atrocities there, which the UN has agreed have been war crimes. The use of white phosphorus back then, and even as recently as this time, I believe it started 3 days ago, was being sent down. And this morning, I know Roman Catholic Church in Gaza Strip was also bombed. And regardless of the reasons people mention as to why these things happen, I think when we condemn Hamas, which, obviously, when you talk about taking innocent civilian lives, you can't just take one side or the other. But I think people want to see more than just, I feel for the innocent lives on both sides. We condemn one, but we don't condemn the other. So thank you very much for having me. Have a good
Thank
night.
Did they
Still the same
win?
score.
Did they win?
Still the same. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to close public comment. And now we will move on to if there are any comments from our acting superintendent at 11:07 PM.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. That's it.
Brief, very brief. Long night. We now get to go into our second executive session. So gear up, board and admin who are.
For purposes of student matter and action will be taken, Ms. Stern, afterward.
Thank you. So we are going to a second executive session for a purpose of a student matter and action will be taken afterwards. And do I have a motion to convene a second executive session? Jen Fleischer, Mrs. Fleischer, all in favor, not a single person, but we're doing it anyway. Motion carries and we will move along to executive session. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to, back to, well, we were in the